Well, hello, beautiful people, and welcome to session 81 of The Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests, here on Twitter. Not Twitter, we're not on Twitter. We're absolutely not on Twitter. We're on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today is my phenomenal, my amazing, my wondrous cast. We have got with us today, we have got Just Harry, we have got Ash Howard Music, we've got Patron of Chaos, and we've got Khadij Al Kubra. Now, I do want to start off something very, very quickly, a little bit of housekeeping. Number one, to say that I'm going to be at PAX U in December. You should definitely come and say hello. I'm a huggy person. If you want to shake hands, I'll shake your hand. If you want to wave, I'll wave.
I'm gonna get to hug you!
If you want a fist bump, I'll fist bump. However, I will offer a hug first, because I'm a huggy person, and that's what we do. So if you do want to come and see me, come and see me. Say hello. I am absolutely heartbroken to have found out I will be working during the Dagger Heart panel, and therefore will not get to see Ashley Johnson or Matt Mercer. So I'm going to need lots of cheering up on Friday. The second thing that I would like to point out for housekeeping is I want to say a massive thank you to everybody that came along to session 1 of our Dragon Age campaign. It was amazing. It was phenomenal. We got to do character creation. We got to meet the characters. We got to meet our first NPC, the Warden Constable Osric, who's definitely based on one of my favourite British TV characters of all time. And if you can tell me who he's based on, I'll absolutely 100% give you one of the free giveaways we're getting from Green Ronin Publishing. Green Ronin Publishing came in and said hello at the very end of it. They only caught the end, but it was great to have them pop in. The writers of the damn game saw us and was like, "Hey, you're playing our game. That's awesome. We love your faces." So, thank you to everybody that showed up, and we hope you keep showing up. And we hope that you really enjoyed it. That's all I want to say for housekeeping. So I'm going to move on along, and I'm going to go to my party, and I'm going to say, guys, what happened last session?
We met the dwarves.
We have met one of the first dwarves to ever be sighted on a Tuma. How they popped up, we don't know, but we met them.
Yep. And apparently he's being chased by a blind, creepy-sounding dragon who it doesn't seem to be very nice. But then again, I wouldn't be very nice too if someone had crushed my eggs. But also apparently she ate his relatives, so it's up in the air who's right and who's wrong. And yeah. Also, Elion set free, again, his griffin buddy, who got caught in a week after being set free. I'm headcanon that somehow Serenity is descended from that griffin, just because she gets caught so easily in things.
I will have it known, she's only been captured once. The other time, she was nesting and got trapped. They're two different things.
Fair.
She's had a rough go of it.
Yeah. Oh, also, Elion pranked Kesley's back by pantsing him, much to the chagrin of his now official adopted mother.
It was... In my head, I was like, if I roll bad on a wisdom saving throw, Elion might get magicked into another dimension. But the Scotsman in me was going, that's a fucking classic. It's a fucking... There's absolutely something amazing about being really drunk at 3 a.m. with your friends in an elevator, and then the elevator stopping at a floor that's not yours, so you know there's somebody else getting on, and as the door opens, you pants your friend. There's just something really funny about it. It's amazing. So I was just immediately like, Elion, you get your Scottish card. Elion gets a Scottish card. But yes, Elion did get his payback.
And Reverie told us how she's going to get her payback and explained why he is very much still in the doghouse. But they're going to be copacetic after she beats the crap out of him in a sparring match or something. Sheila had some really cool. She had a springy makeover after like getting something really really cool.
Yes,
That
Sheila.
was so cool to
Sheila
see.
now has a manicure made of solid. It was emerald you settled on, wasn't it? Solid
And a dip
emerald
dye.
and a dip dye.
And telekinesis for, well, spring style telekinesis at least. Or is it
Telepathy.
telepathy?
Telepathy.
Telepathy. Thank you.
Sheila, Sheila, as she's now engaged to the person to become the King of Spring, Sheila has been accepted by the Springlands, this very, very much alive forest now, and because of that has been given the same gift that all Spring Eladrin have, who are from there, and that is the very, very limited natural telepathy, as well as the ability to hear the song if she chooses to tap into that almost what's the word I'm thinking of? Hive mind. Almost hive mind like
Like empathic kind of hive mind?
No, I liken it more to like so like in the Avatar movies the Na'vi can attach to
Ewa.
Yeah, like Ewa. They can attach to the root connection of any plant, and they can hear, feel, see anything that touched, that lived through, all that kind of thing, like that. So Spring Eladrin can very much communicate with their ancestor, with those that came before them, through this. So that's what it's based
really
off.
Cool seeing. It was really cool seeing Sheila tap into that, and a really nice moment of character growth. I really enjoy seeing everyone's character growth moments.
I think my favourite part of it was that Sheila, throughout the entirety of this campaign, whenever there's something musical, Sheila's looking at it going like, how do I break this down? How do I make this? And then looked at this thing and started to try and break it down, and then actually, not like can't figure it out, as a character choice went, it's difficult. Who knows if I can eventually, but actually making the step to go, I don't know if I want to replicate it. And that was really, really cool in me. I fucking dug that. And to remember, just in case you haven't marked that down, Sheila, you do have a DM inspiration for that. Okay, so in case you haven't marked that down, keep a note of that. As a reminder, I do have unique DM inspirations. A D10 you can add on to any roll. That's attack roll, saving throw, skill check, damage roll. You can add on a D10.
What is that now? 3 DM's inspirations that you're collecting?
You can't stack them. You get one.
I thought you could stack DM's inspirations.
I've just been collecting them.
I thought you said you could stack them.
Okay, if you've got them stacked up, you can have them stacked. From this point on, you cannot stack.
Okay.
Duly noted.
Sheila's sitting
Gotcha.
going, okay, I'll stick with the 27 I've got right now then.
Only 3.
Yeah, you were off by 24. Also, Arya actually managed to like make some kind of stronger connection with the Greater Hand and got a cool horn, but also just more so I think just like a moment of like self-healing from her trauma. And yeah,
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. It was a good session for everybody. Everybody had a wee bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? Reclamation moment. It was really, really cool.
Mm.
And we ended last session with you guys staring down this dragon, preparing to make a choice.
Me and Reverie popping our heads out of the windows and skyline from the carriage, just be like, what the hell is going on here?
So what I will say in this moment, as we do move into the point of like, you're in that kind of last little throw before the tension here snaps. Remember the choices that are available. This dragon has put down that this dwarf and his kind are egg breakers, that they collapsed a tunnel which caused this dragon's eggs to be destroyed. This dwarf claims his crew were nowhere near this tunnel, and this dragon just came out attacking. Insight checks have been made. Neither were really all too telling or successful. So we don't actually know which one is telling the truth. The dragon has drawn a line and basically said, if you're not handing them over, you are also an egg breaker. And the dwarf is saying, if you hand me over, you're killing an innocent. That is murder. it comes to you guys now. At this point, as I've said as well, Arya and Reverie, I believe, is on board. You guys can have made your way outside if you want to. So, you are in your last kind of... We're not going to call it an action, as if you've only got an action, bonus action, blah, blah, blah. But you're in your last kind of, 10 seconds before the decision gets made for you. Yes, Reverie.
Question, is my big celestial guy still with me?
They are still active. They've got another 2 hours left. They're active for 8 hours, yeah?
I don't think so. I think it's only an hour. Let me see. Yeah, an hour.
Oh, okay, in that case then no, they would have disappeared. You're about 6 hours into your journey right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I get Kiki's attention?
Very easily.
Cool.
As with most mortal beings, saying someone's name usually gets their attention. I'm sorry, Liz, please don't hit me.
I am going to... In that kind of... You know when soldiers are, together and they're familiar with soldier talk without ever having to say a word?
Yes.
Reverie's doing that.
Okay.
And she's gonna point at the dwarf and then point at her.
Mm-hmm.
And then gesture to Polaris.
Okay. So if I'm
basically
understanding...
saying when the time comes, put me on my horse.
Okay, cool. Kiki will nod from the shotgun chair of the large carriage, or as you guys are calling it, the tour bus.
And then
make that kind of slow reach so that he's got a hand on the shaft of his maul.
Can I use my ghost lantern to mage hand that helmet that the dwarf dropped to me?
Mm-hmm.
Put it on, and then I'm going to walk up behind the dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
And go, if you scream, you're going to ring. And then dump my canteen of water completely on.
Okay.
Make sure he knows I'm here. And I'm going to grab put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm going to cast Mislead with the helmet.
You're casting Mislead?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just check the wording of Mislead. Okay? Let me just check the wording. Because I know Mislead's a great spell. I just want to double check it. You become invisible, and at the same time that an illusory doubles you appears where you're standing. The double lasts for the duration, but the invisibility ends if you attack or cast a spell. You can use your action to move your illusory double up to twice your speed to make it gesture, speak, and behave in whatever way you choose. You can see through its eyes and hear through its ears as if you were located where it is. On each of your turns, a bonus action, you can switch from using senses to your own while you're using its senses. You're blinded and deaf in regard to your own surroundings. Okay, awesome. So it's an illusory double.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And, that's why I put on his helmet, so that way I smell like him.
Of a girl.
And dump him in water, so that way he doesn't smell like himself.
Okay. I like where you're going with this.
And then I'm going to tell Sheila to drop it.
Okay, so that is from to drop your wall of force, but that's not happening just now because that's your kind of run up there, Reverie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else want to do something? Arya.
As soon as I got out of the carriage, I would have activated my winged boots.
Okay.
And then because this thing is clearly blind and I don't want to give it away by plucking a string on my violin. Instead, I'm gonna kind of bite the inside of my cheek just hard enough to make a little bit of blood come, because that's the only component you really need besides for vocal somatic. And I'm going to cast Bane on the dragon, because either way of like whatever we try to do, fight it or help this dwarf, whatever, making that bit of a disadvantage to it might help us.
You do understand that a creature knows if you cast a spell on it unless the spell says otherwise, right? So casting Bane on it, it will know that that spell's been cast on it.
Well, it's got to make a charisma save of 15, so given it's a dragon, I kind of like my odds. Or is it still gonna like know even if it's successful?
Though.
It'll still know.
Even if it's successful.
It knows
even
no
if
matter
it's
what.
successful?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just if it failed.
Right, okay, so let me get this explanation out. In all cases, whether successful or failed, unless the spell says otherwise, they know a spell's been cast on them. You have spells like Friends, which if they succeed the saving throw, they know the spell's been cast on them. However, if they fail, for the duration of the spell, they do not know that the spell's been cast on them. However, when the duration runs out, they are now aware they were under the influence of that spell. It's a step in maintaining character agency, so that when they come out of it, they can go, oh, that wasn't me, I was under the effects of a spell.
I do like the agency. Okay, I did not know that mechanic. Okay, never mind then. Instead, just so I can know what the heck is like, because I don't speak Dwarvish or Draconic, I'll cast on myself then comprehend languages, just so I can know what the heck's going on.
Okay, so you cast
I won't be able to speak
languages.
to them, but I can at least know what they're saying.
We will say that your comprehend languages will come in towards the kind of end of the conversation where this dragon has drawn the line, saying enough, either hand them over or die with them.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Okay, cool, awesome. So if that's what you're doing with your kind of little 10-second space, then that brings us up to par with what Reverie's doing. Now moving on to, I'm going to go to Elion because I feel like with Sheila being the one that has control of this wall of force, Sheila is the natural one to kind of end on because that'll bring everybody into round. So I'm going to go Elion, then Sheila, if that's okay with you, Ash. Fantastic. Elion, you up next. Is there anything you would like to do?
I will ask Ash if this conversation is being conveyed in common or whether we're just waiting. It's entirely
I don't know
up
if
to you.
there'd be enough time to be like.
I don't think there would either. In which case, I am going to position myself between the dwarf and the wall of force. And I will turn my back to the dragon and grab the dwarf by... Well, no, I won't grab him because he's on the ground and currently being dumped on with water.
He is indeed, yes.
But I will kind of say to him, I will say, if you have done anything to harm this dragon's pride or its life, you need to fess up because we're going to protect you and I'm not killing something that's angry for a reason.
This dwarf is going to look at you. And despite their size, other than their size, nothing about them really screams child. You know, they have very evident face, not like a full beard, but they have like stubble. I've described them as looking a bit like Keeley from the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
You know, it's longer hair, but less beard. It's more like just stubble.
Mm-hmm.
But as they look at you, as the first kind of sign of they are young. Like you can see, even a young Eladrin, an Eladrin who has barely hit their first century, they are considered children. This dwarf is younger than that. You look in this person's eyes and you can see like they are. Hey God, what's the very very British way of putting it? They're not long in the tooth.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Very very young whelps. And there's very evident, despite their face being stoic and hard, in their eyes you can see they're terrified.
Of course.
They've seen some shit. They watched their family literally get eaten. And they're going to
Of
look at you
course.
and say, I swear to you, we didn't do anything. We don't have the equipment to collapse a tunnel. It's your choice if you would like to incite that.
Yeah, can do.
Okay, it's only if you want to. If you want to go on it and trust, you can do that. But if you want to insight, you're more than welcome to do so.
Um, 6. I rolled a 1.
Again, they seem like they're being honest, but at the same point, you don't have a natural kind of gauge when it comes to this new species of dwarf. You don't have a basis. You don't have what is a neutral. So they could be telling the truth. They could just as easily be lying their ass off.
I'm going to keep myself in between the two aggressive parties, and wait for whatever Sheila's decision is.
Horrible decision, really.
I would like to say I do have a standing objection to throwing an innocent at a dragon. I'm not saying there's not a reason for it. I'm just saying I do have an objection.
Then we go to Sheila. What would you like to do?
She's gonna be like keeping a firm gaze on the dragon, like set on trying to get the dragon to stand down without bloodshed. So I think she's just gonna be like, look, I appreciate nothing can rectify what has happened to you and your eggs. This dwarf is claiming that their family had nothing to do with it and that there could be someone else out there that did do it. Blood has been shed. If we can leave it here, we'll help you figure out what actually happened and make sure you get the vengeance that you deserve.
And are you still speaking in Draconic here?
Yeah.
Okay. Make me the persuasion check at base instead of disadvantage. Why is my camera behaving the way it's behaving? Focus up.
Agreed. I've been having the same issue. Thank God I have a very high score. 19.
19.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to use my DM inspiration.
Okay, you're more than welcome to do that.
Just in case. That is 26.
$26.
Easy now.
What is your persuasion modifier?
13.
Plus 13? Okay.
Jesus Christ.
It's Sheila,
Contrary,
it's not surprising.
contrary to what our lovely Arya thought, this dragon, as most dragons do, are incredibly high charisma creatures. And it has a charisma saving throw of 8. I rolled an 18 on the die to oppose what Sheila said, which makes a total of 26. But as your modifier is higher, we're going to go with you on this one.
Yay for that DM inspiration.
So as it comes to this and you make this declaration and Reverie is like, drop the wall of force, and you're able to kind of like, wait, this could work. And this dragon kind of thrashes its head. Not thrashes, more like like when a snake is like kind of getting prepared to strike and it does those side to side. And then it stops. And then it winds its head back and it says, "Fine, sibling. We will give you our word. Those responsible will pay, or we will find their nest and raze it to the ground." And they're going to snake their head forward because, in Reverie, despite your mislead, their head comes right up to the dwarf. Because they're blind, they do have blind sight though, out to 120 feet, so they don't even know your mislead is a thing because it has no mass. But they go right up to this dwarf, to a point where if they wanted to, they could kill. Right then and there, and they just go, "You will find those responsible, or you will bear their crime." And then they snake their head back, turn, with a very, like... Sheila, you've seen some dragons. Elion, you've seen visions of parts of dragons. They're very bulky creatures. This one isn't. This one is, like, incredibly feline in how easily its body bends. This is like a 15-foot wide tunnel, and their body turns on a dime. And they make their way back into the gloomy darkness. Back to whatever their nest is, or back to whatever way they've found out of their nest. Leaving you guys alone in this tunnel with a dwarf. Well, I'm nae one to swear horrifically in front of, those of a finer disposition. But I fair kicked my breeches at that one, I'm going to be honest with you.
Did you just say actual words, or was that gibberish?
I just popped back into existence.
But do you not understand like a basic trade tongue? No.
I mean,
It's Kernan's just like on his hands. He's like, "I know you're trying to say something, but I just can't figure out what it is."
I was literally just about to say that.
Is he speaking in Dwarvish?
I
No,
think
he's speaking-
so. I mean,
he's
I can
speaking
understand.
common.
Okay.
Oh, he's got. Yeah, we know the common tongue.
Well, could you
Must be
explain
some
it?
kind of
Could you
mount-
explain it to your lanky, gruesome pal there? Because he doesn't seem to be getting any kind of kicked a word of what I'm saying.
Must be some mountain variant.
Right.
Maybe if you speak slower.
I'm gonna turn to
Can
Elian.
you enunciate your words?
I'll enunciate my fist up the side of your face.
I heard that
Does your
one.
parents know you talk like that?
My mom and dad, like, what? Do you think I'm a bairn?
You are.
Bear?
No, not a bear, a bairn.
You're like, what?
A barn? I don't think you're a barn. That's an object.
Well, to be fair, we're also much.
This is
older than you,
hitting a
so-
little too close to home, guys. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbacks for that first time I went to London.
To be fair, we're
How
older
good.
than we actually look too, so maybe it's a difference with like.
How old are you?
I'm the fine old age of 36, I'll have you know.
You practically popped out your mom yesterday.
Reverie just
Okay.
starts choking.
It's 36
Is that-
years
is
ago.
Is that young by your people's standards, or is that like middle-aged by your people's standards? Because for us, Fae folk, that's very
That's
very
nothing.
young.
As soon as you say Fae folk, he's like backing up, like, whoa. None of you mentioned that you were from fucking Feyland.
We can get the
Well,
map.
technically,
we can
I'm
get the
not.
map
100
back.
years?
I mean, technically, I was only raised by the Fae. I'm not actually Fae. It's a
No,
little bit.
no.
How about we start from the
No.
beginning?
He puts his hands over his ears. I'll nae be falling for your wilden tongue.
Oh, it's not...
And he turns and he sprints down the fucking tunnels like that. La, 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 la.
We're friendly.
How did we end up having both parties run away?
I don't know, but basically the dragon said that he needs to go kill whoever actually did kill the eggs, or else he's gonna die. So,
It's a bit
At the very
dark.
least, we bought him some time.
I mean, we did what we could do. So,
Yeah.
if he runs away, he runs away.
The
I
one
was asking questions about
the
their culture.
one thing that I do have here, dwarves are incredibly superstitious, very very superstitious, and they do not
Well,
trust.
we wouldn't know that.
That's the point of it. That's the point of these. You're meeting new species. You don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Oh, I was looking forward to asking more about their culture.
Well,
Karen just shrugs and is like, "Well, I mean, in all fairness, it's out of our hands now."
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, I can send a message to him and let him know, but
You also
Yeah.
still need to return his helmet.
I mean, he
True.
can fuck around and find out.
Well, maybe we'll run into more dwarves that are a little more friendly. But if they're a little superstitious of Fey folk, maybe we can just skip that part. I mean, I don't know technically.
If
Oh.
they stop growing at 36, it does explain why they're so short.
Yeah, but they look like they're very
what's wrong with being
Weighty.
short? I feel it.
I'm also really
Um,
confused about what they mean by, like, you know, is he a bear? Like, can they turn into bears?
Is he like Berry? Also,
Maybe.
being short is like, you know, your wingspan is normally as long, so you normally don't have the reach advantage on your opponent.
Well, and you also know
Um,
what they say about wingspan.
It does mean that you find cover easier though, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
100% Kiernan got confused about what you mean by, you know, what they say about wingspan. He's like, it helps you,
nothing-
he's like, it helps you fly?
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just uncommon.
Get the words out of your mouth. Dig your own.
The other half make me look pretty in it.
No, they just dig your grave with someone else.
That's fine.
I'm gonna
Okay.
cast sending to the dwarf man that just ran away from us and let him
I
know.
mean your head.
That's gonna make him real superstitious.
Hello, dwarf, it's me, God.
Why do you
What
sound like
up?
Morgan Freeman?
I can smell you. Okay, so you cast sending to him. What do you want to say to this dwarf?
Hey, dwarf,
Hi.
it's me, ya boy.
I'm Reverie. I'm the one who dunked you in water to try and distract the dragon. The dragon did say that you have to find the people who killed their babies or they're gonna kill you. You ran away before we could tell you, so I guess it's your problem now and your death. Have a good day.
I feel like that's the least self-sacrificing Reverie has been this entire campaign.
We're
Yeah.
gonna get to some dwarf city and it's gonna be like local news. Lone miner kills whole clan.
Nah, this just in, see?
Well, there's a 50-50. He'll come back because he'll realize, oh shit.
At the very least, we gave him fair warning and bought him some time. So
We see him 60 sessions from now covered in blood, like.
you guys aren't gonna believe this.
I'm gonna go feed my horse and hang out on the side. Does he reply?
I'll unactivate my boots.
He does reply. And he will say to you, "You're not going to get me." I won't fall for your tricks.
I'm gonna cast sending back. Go. Well, you're a little young for me, personally.
Okay.
No tricks. You know, just when the dragon destroys what's left of your home and eats you and everyone else you care about. That's on you. We did what we could. You ran away. So, enjoy that.
He doesn't answer that one.
That's fine. I'm gonna get on my horse and just move to the front of the caravan.
So,
Bree quite literally getting on her high horse.
I'm sure Polaris has many things to say about this situation.
absolutely. Polaris is just like, I don't quite know how to vocalize what I want to say. But that definitely was not on my list of things that would happen in this situation.
I feel like this was the least problematic situation I've dealt with down here. I like toss the guys. Helmet.
Okay. You toss. Where do you toss it?
Back the way, like towards where he was running.
Okay.
And take your helmet with ya. Yeah.
He left his axe too. Kieran had that, so
Yeah, Kiernan has his axe.
he just took off defenseless. That's his own problem.
Very much so.
Maybe we should pants him as he runs away.
Well, I mean,
Well, he's
he's
already
like
ran, so
he's like well out
already
well
gone.
out of range. So
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so with that, we go to the continuing journey. You guys continue the rest of your journey through these tunnels. Unlike your last one, there's very much evidence of, pretty prolonged exposure within these mountains. The tunnels are not like what they were. They've formed into more like roads than anything else. Eventually getting to a point where it's incredibly smooth to go across them. You start to see evidence of, there must be like a very, very widespread network of these dwarves living in these mountains, because you come across bridges over massive chasms. You come across what look to be like foundation markings and such, marked at places like waterfalls. You even come across an underground lake at one point. Evidence that these mountains have moved. They have continued on, even while you all slept or lived your lives away from them. You guys still have about 8 hours in here. But there's no other encounter to roll, no random encounter tables for this length of travel, so I put it to the party. What would you want to do within that 8 hours you've got? If anything. Oh. Arya?
Well, first I had a question about like the bridges and like the stuff carved into, like, were there any sort of like runic designs or like any kind of like the thing that might have looked like a language on them? Because if I had comprehend languages still up, I'd be curious to like. Okay.
Nothing like that.
Okay. Then. Do you get the sense that they probably would get along well with autumn folk because they also like living in the mountains. So, but I think in that time, I would try to I would try and tag team with Kessler's if he wanted to like see if we could figure out how to open that cool book that I got from Spring, the one with it was blank pages but wooden cover and but it described when I cast Identify on it a glass encased four-leaf clover, and like if you can find a way to open that, you get something. So between the two of us, maybe like trying to figure that out. I think between the two of us.
Say that again, please.
Well, in spring I had found an item. It was like a book that had like instead of a leather binding, it was like a wooden cover binding. And when I cast Identify, it said there was like a four-leaf clover trapped in like glass or something, like stained glass or something like that. But when I opened the book itself physically, it was blank pages. And basically, it's like if you can unlock it, you get something or something like that. So I think I'd try and like see if I could like work with Kesley to figure out how to like open this or like unlock it or like this mystery, so to speak. Because it's like a book. He's smart too. I'd be curious to try and figure it out.
Okie dokie. So you want to ask Kesley's for help on how to open it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Between the two of us, maybe we can figure out how to crack out this book.
By all means, go ahead. So Kesley is riding inside the, as it's been so enthusiastically called, the tour bus. He's inside it he was in there with Reverie, so he's going to remain in there, I feel. So, go ahead. He is inside the tour bus if that's where you want to go to speak to him.
Yeah. Hey, Kesslys, you up for figuring out a mystery involving a magical book?
Always. What do you need help with?
Well, I found this book in spring, and when I asked around, no one seemed to know who it belonged to. So, when I cast Identify on it, it said that it had some sort of like four-leaf clover encased in like stained glass or something like that. But when I opened the book physically, the pages are all blank. So it's like maybe if I find a way to what's up with that, some kind of like magical key or something like that that can unlock it, maybe we find out what's inside.
Like a
and you're
riddle.
a lot better with this sort of exactly. I figured you're better with this sort of arcana than I am, but I can think of things in like a different perspective. I figure between the two of us, we might be able to crack this wide open. Huh?
I mean, I'm certainly willing to lend a hand.
Yeah.
Can I see the book?
Sure. I'll like sit down next to him and kind of open up the book.
Okay. So you hand the book to him, he looks over it and opens it, closes it, opens it again, closes it, opens it, riffles the pages.
It's also interesting that the binding is wooden, not like leather or anything, right? Maybe that's something to do with it. Maybe it's a kind of clue.
Well, that was my initial thought because, generally, books would be bound from leather, not from, well, wood. Where did you find this?
In the ruins in spring. I'd asked around when we got back to see if any of the soldiers knew if it belonged to anyone, but no one claimed it, so figure a mystery to solve. But yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it said opening, so first of all, maybe I could use my chime of opening, but I think that's more for unlocking doors and things like doors or chests or things like that. There's no lock here, so...
I mean, you could give it a shot.
Okay. I know the chime of opening has like a couple charges. Okay. Chime of opening. How many charges? Yep. Okay. I'll use one charge and kind of just like ding.
Okay. As you do that ding once, the book flies open, and then it flicks, pages fluttering into the middle.
Whoa.
And then writing starts to appear. Remind me what languages that you're able to...
Well, I've got comprehend languages up still, and that lasts, I think, at least an hour?
So, that's all well and good, but I do very specifically need to know which languages you're able to read, comprehend, understand.
Okay, I understand Common, Sylvan, and Celestial.
Okay, so you will be able to read this without your comprehend languages. Okay? The reason I wanted to very specifically go over that is because this book is protected against comprehend languages.
Oh. Okay.
But you will be able to, as you're able to read Sylvan.
Yay.
So as you look it over, the words begin to form in the Fey language. The language is Sylvan. And as they appear over it, they start to pour into like a... what's the word? Like a soliloquy. You know, they form into this long paragraph basically explaining the origin of this book, how it was made, what its intent is. And that being that this book was made by a druid. And very specifically, this druid made this book to see who would be worthy to learn from him, who'd be worthy to learn of his capabilities. But they had to prove that they had the wisdom and the patience to uncover the secrets that it holds. And so it begins that it will test your wisdom. Here's how this works.
Mm-hmm.
A riddle forms. To answer this riddle, you must write your answer in your blood. If you are wrong, the book will close, it will lock, and it will not be able to be opened for 3 days. If you answer a riddle incorrectly 3 times, the book will close and will never accept an answer from your blood again.
That sounds fair.
The first riddle that is formed from it says this: an untiring servant it is, carrying loads across muddy earth. But one thing that cannot be forced is a return to the place of its birth.
Can't be returned to the place of its earth. Well, carrying a heavy load, at first I thought maybe like a horse, like how a horse carries things across roads and stuff like that, but horses don't really return to the earth until they die, right? If this was written by a druid, maybe it's something to do with more to do with like the earth, so do you think maybe like a tree or a seed could be the answer? Something to do with nature, maybe?
Kessler looks at it and is like, I mean, if it's supposed to be from a druid, I would assume it's something to do with the earth or the nature or something of those kinds. It could be an animal. Last time I checked, animals are natural.
True. But animals aren't birthed from the earth. The plants can be. But what sort of plant carries a heavy load? Oh,
there are some types of trees that move.
Really?
Yeah, there are some trees that have roots that continually seek water, so they actually, over the course of, decades, will move themselves.
Cool. I didn't know that. So maybe it's roots?
Maybe?
Well, my second guess was going to be maybe some sort of like a fruit tree, because loaded with fruits, and then when they fall, they decompose and return to the earth. And roots, but if we're talking about heavy loads, if the roots start from the ground up, maybe the rest of the tree is the heavy load it carries.
Maybe? I'm not sure. So I've typed into the general chat how it's spelled.
Oh, thank you. I was gonna ask what the riddle was again. Just like an untiring servant it is, carrying boats across many. Cannot be forced. Well, roots aren't really forced to move. Trees aren't really forced to move, so. I'll let on in a little bit more. Maybe I can figure out later. Or. Yeah, I'm gonna give it some thought. I feel like this isn't something I want to, like, rush the answer for, because we only get 3 tries. Unless you feel confident that's roots. Or trees.
He's going to say, I mean, roots makes sense to me. It fits in with the druidic stance.
Alright. Maybe we can give roots a try. If not, we can always guess again. Later time, when it's 3 days from now.
Yeah?
Yeah. Alright. Gonna take my sewing needle from my pouch, prick my thumb real quick, and then try and write into the book roots.
So you prick your thumb, and with your blood you write roots in the book. And as you do, the blood that you put sinks into the book, and then the book snaps shut, as roots is incorrect.
Well, I guess that was the answer. Oh, I'll have to try another time.
Kessley's is like Kessley's is actively frowning. He's like, but roots makes logical sense.
Well, nature isn't always the most logical. Neither is magic always, right?
Magic
depends
is
on the kind. Like,
magic is exceptionally logical.
whoops. In a certain way, but I think it's also a bit more freewheeling. At least the way I experience magic, or maybe bardic magic is a bit more different than wizardry magic in that sense. I don't know. I think it's going to take a different perspective. Maybe that's part of the wisdom of it.
He gets up and is like basically toddler stamping as he walks away. He's like, "This book is stupid."
Well, listen, we still got another chance to try again later.
Stupid. Stupid book.
Out. Oh, speaking of books, and I'll like grab the book and chase after him. Speaking of books, have you by any chance got the one that you told me about before? The one about like different races and cultures that popped up in the world? I'm still really curious to read about that.
I didn't bring all my books with me. I brought what I thought would be necessary. But once we're
that's fair.
free of here, I can certainly get it to you.
Okay, cool. Well, even if you think this was stupid, it was still really fun to try and solve this puzzle.
I don't think I'm smart. I am a smart person. I know that book is stupid.
Well,
stupid
regardless,
book.
It was. I'm just saying, it was fun to do this with you. I've never really gone to try and
fun.
puzzle.
It was fun to spend time with you. It was not fun to do this with book. Book is stupid. Next time, I bring a book.
Okay. Oh, maybe we could do take turns sort of thing. You can bring your books, Axel, and I don't have a lot of books, but I'd be happy to bring one of the few that I do have with me, and we can look over that one.
But
I've
not
never
that
had book
book.
swap with a friend before. Not this book. Well, I mostly just brought from when I ran away. Book of songs and ballads, book of poems, and my favorite story from when I was growing up.
Maybe. But for right now, I don't want to be around that book. And he's going to turn
Okay.
and continue his walk away. And now we've seen Petty Toddler Kessley's.
Patty Kessely. You're going to be very interesting, says the book. I'll just head off back to wherever I am, and wherever's like the chill area, and maybe I'll just like tune my violin or something like that.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me.
To the rest of the party, anything you would like to do in the remaining 8 hours that you have of travel?
I have something, but I will go last if other people have something else they want to do.
Okay, so Elliot.
Ash, you're making the face.
Ash is making a face.
Ash is making that face.
She got that plotty face.
debating, but I think it's just one of those things where she would probably just keep an eye out for the dragon and like any other signs of where it may be near, or if they pass where the nest may have been or anything like that. Just basically keeping an eye out.
Okay. On the remaining 8-hour journey, you don't see anything that, massively hints towards any draconic presence. That's all you'd be doing? Alrighty. To the rest of the party, we have Reverie, we have Elion. What do you guys want to do, if anything?
Reverie's not doing much. She's sitting with Polaris, in the front of the caravan, like the first kind of horse.
Okay.
Just being the eyes.
Okay, so just keeping your eyes peeled for anything of any import.
Yep.
Okay. Realistically, this part of the mountains, no, there really wouldn't be anything. So, you're keeping watch, but despite your incredibly keen senses, there is nothing here. Like, the one point that you think, oh, that might be something, it turns out to be, like, some kind of, like, cave lizard. Just kind of knocked a rock loose on one of the walls. Like, even to a point where you'd be walking through this here and going, in caves you'd expect anything. So even, like, most caves, like, the basic predator would be some kind of, like, giant spider. But there's nothing here. Barely a cobweb.
That's fine. Yeah, I just keep doing that. Maybe do a little prayer for the Raven Queen so they didn't get to do it this morning. I don't think Reverie knows it's a prayer, though. I think she just, hums it like it's supposed to be a song. Has no idea.
Okay. Then we go last to Elion.
I am finding Kiernan.
Okay.
And I'm going to grab him and say, hey, do you have a moment for a private chat?
Kiernan has just been chilling with the soldiers from Spring, who agreed to come along as part of the entourage. Just kind of like, yeah, sure, no worries.
Oh, sorry, your liege.
Would you... And you can see all the soldiers are like... And he's like, as soon as I get a crown on my head, every one of you are getting your head chopped off.
Do you require royal escort back into the bus?
I will stab you directly in the anus.
Okay, let's go.
Any
I'll
thought?
find the most private chamber in the tour bus.
Okay.
The bathroom. They're
Oh my
squeezed
God.
real tight
Go
together in the bathroom. Really cuddly in there.
Right, what's the matter?
So, I spoke to you a few days ago about whether I should do the thing, right? About whether I should just rip the band-aid off.
Yes.
So I did it.
Right.
And I think it went okay. There was talk of, hey, you fucked up a lot, but it's okay because I know you're a good person. And then I said hey, look, I told the Summer Lord about the Raven Queen's mirror and that I will help you get it back because it's only fair. I need to right my wrong. But now she's pissed at me and I don't know why.
It could be because the person that she is closest to in this entire little group that we have somehow amassed did us a massive favour and you pantsed him.
He left me on a cliff.
Because you hit on his mother. I mean, I know she's not actually his mother. Okay, I understand that. I'm not that stupid. But the lad is very protective of her, and you.
Okay, but there was no boundary spoken about. There was no preconceived. This person is off limits. I thought it was also partially a spur of the moment thing. I think if it was upset Kessler's, I would have been more reserved.
Listen, I thought it was hilarious. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
It was pretty funny.
But have you ever heard the whole story about, like, the worst thing you can ever do if you're out walking in the forest is to touch a baby bear?
No.
Okay, let me put this in high elf terms. Let me put this in Summer Eladrin terms. The worst thing you can ever do if you're out walking in the high street of the shiny city is to drink from another man's bottle of what? No, that doesn't... I don't know how to speak Summer Eladrin. Okay, I'm sorry. The worst thing you can do is touch a baby bear, because a baby bear is never that far away from its mother. And contrary to popular belief, male bears are not the ones you want to watch out for. It's female bears that have cubs. Reverie now has a cub. And you touched the cub after already making the mother pissed at you. So while,
Right.
if she were not pissed at you before, she may have very much laughed at that situation. You'd already painted a target on your back for some kind of get back, and then you touched the cub.
Right, but see, here's where I understand the emotion, but the logic falters, right? Because in comparison, my prank was a lot more harmless than his.
You are honestly fighting a losing battle if you think logic has anything to do with this.
Yeah. But like you're my one like confidant, and
Listen, I'd be the first person to say it. It was hilarious. Okay? I had a little bit more self-control than Kiki did, because he damn near wet himself. But he... You know, you have to, temper these things. You went all out and pantsed him midway through a teleportation.
he left me on a cliff,
Which you
near
got
a
yourself...
basilisk ravine.
You jumped off the cliff, floated down harmlessly, and walked for 10 minutes to get home.
He pulled his trousers up after 6 seconds and continued his day.
After being publicly humiliated in front of his closest friends. Which, don't get me wrong, again, to reiterate, fucking hilarious. In hindsight, perhaps not the best timed prank.
I see your point. How do I fix it?
This one, lad, honestly, you don't. You just have to take the lumps and walk them. That's it.
That is very problematic and very frustrating.
Listen, I am aware I've not been allowed to laugh at this because Sheila is friends with Reverie. And if I laugh at this, then I'm tantamount to having had done it myself.
You're an accomplice. I see.
Oh no. So I don't think you quite understand how their friendship works. I am friends with you. I'm already an accomplice. Simply by
Understood.
knowing you. Okay? I am an accomplice. Now, I know how that logic might sound because they know you as well, so aren't they accomplices? No! They don't count. I do. Okay? But I can save myself by acting like it wasn't funny, which I did. However, it was fucking hilarious.
I thought we were supposed to be banded in battle brothers. Why are you saving yourself? Join me in the fires of hell and punishment.
I'm already in the fires of hell and punishment. I'm about to become king.
Oh, poor you. You gain infinitesimal power and wealth. I'm sure it's such a burden. Everyone does what you say and people love you. It must be
You do-
such a cruel world.
You do know infinitesimal means really small, not really big.
I know that.
Listen, Elion is just obviously one of these people who takes random big words and puts them in sentences to make himself sound more photosynthesis.
And the thing is about summer as well, is most people go, yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
What you guys don't get is that me and Harry are just proving the male problem, is that no male actually knows what they're talking about, they just pretend they do. And the sad thing is, other males will just pretend that they do know what they're talking about by going, ah, yes, I understand completely, yeah, I get where you're coming from there, yeah.
Is that the true bro code?
Rules.
Just like
bros
how if
bullshit.
Kieran laughed, he would also be in trouble as if he did it himself.
Rule 7B of the bro code is that
laugh.
even if your bro has no idea what they're talking about, if they're trying to prove a point, you have to act like that motherfucker is a PhD in whatever he's discussing.
That's also why Kiki got at the doghouse for laughing. Ari got a pass because she's one of the girlies, and I'll just...
That's exactly it. Kiki laughed and immediately it was just like, you're on fucking thin ice, buddy. That's literally why I had to roll Constitution saving throws for every other one of the NPCs to see if they laughed. So, back to the conversation. Kiernan is then going to go, unfortunately, the only thing you can do at this point is just to ride this out.
That doesn't seem correct. Like, logically speaking, there should be something that I can do.
I mean, you can
Like when
certainly
you're in court, and you find you need to shake someone down, and there's always something you can do to get on their good side, right? Money, favors, dancing with them because they think you're entirely handsome, and you're just giving them the night of their life.
I
'cause
don't
they
know if
read
you. I don't know if you've
novels.
just. I don't know if you've just said you're going to try and bribe my future wife and
No.
someone you like, or
No amount of money I could ever fathom would be enough for Sheila to turn to my opinion.
very true.
Especially now she's a queen.
Karen just kind of smiles at that and is like, she's going to be fucking fantastic at it.
Stop gushing! This is bro moment.
Listen.
We're s-
Okay, cool.
Do
Bro
not
mode,
rub.
go.
Do not rub your perfect relationship on my face. I'm in pain.
Perfect relationship.
Shut up. Right. There's nothing I can do. Is that what you're telling me? I'm fucked. I just need to take the punches, roll to the 12th round, and hear the bell. Is that what you're telling me?
Or there's one thing you could do, but it's risky. It's drastic.
I'm doing it. What is it?
You walk up to Kessler's in front of her, and you apologise.
I leave.
I was 100% waiting for you, like, I'm doing it, you apologise. I'm not doing it. Okay.
I find Kessler's.
Kessler's has at this point stormed away from Arya. He's still muttering about stupid books. Let's say for talk's sake on it, he's outside so that Reverie is within earshot. It's not like he's sprinting ahead on his large snow leopard-esque wildcat.
Blue, do you have a moment?
Yeah, of course. Is something wrong?
Partially.
Okay.
Can I?
Oh, yeah. And he's going to dismount his cat and just, like, speaks to it, says its name is Fimblewinter, and says, like, I'll be back in a moment, Fimble. And the kind of cat's like, and just keeps plodding along at its kind of walking pace that it has. And he walks over to you. He kind of keeps pace with it, but still walking next to you so that you guys are Nobody's within immediate, like, massive earshot unless you want them to be and you speak at a volume high enough, but you're still keeping pace so you're not being left behind by the caravan.
Now, I have a first instinct, but I want to ask your consent. Are you a physical touch person?
I can handle a certain amount before I kind of start, not wanting to be touched.
Can I give you an approximately, because I know you like numbers, 4.8 second hug?
On one condition, I don't like uneven numbers, so you have to round, either has to be 4 or 5.
How's 4.5? Because that's an even and an odd that's oddly even.
That makes total sense for some reason.
It does.
Sorry, no, I should have been specific. That's Bran speaking, because whenever I put the volume on the TV, it has to be a 5 or a 0.
It's an odd and it's an even and an odd that's oddly even.
He will go, I can accept that logic.
I hug him for... It's probably... I do 4 just to be safe.
Okay. He's going to go, was that an experiment of some kind, or did you put a kick me sign on my back?
I apologize for my actions. It was poorly timed. And I was having an emotional morning. And I thought something of that caliber would bring spirits up, and it kind of did the opposite.
Oh,
Stabs me.
he looks at
That
you.
was 4.3.
That was 4.6. You lied. He narrows his eyes and he's like, "You're being serious, aren't you? This isn't like a run up to another prank. You're being legitimately serious."
Someone pointed out that an apology is probably needed, as I didn't fathom the gravity of the embarrassment, and yes, I'm being entirely serious. Although it was slightly influenced that I was doing this, I'm nothing if not direct.
I accept your apology.
Right, well, that's that then. Good chat.
And you.
Safe travels, and I just shoot inside.
Yeah,
When
safe travels.
you say goodbye, but you're walking in the same direction.
Kesley's will no, he walks back towards the tour bus, and Kesley's just walks back to his mount and hops back into the saddle with a really, really confused look on his face, like, so the prank war's just over? Okay. That's fine. Anything else for you, Elion?
That's it. I'm gonna go anxiously sulk in my room.
As you go and anxiously sulk in your room.
Sulky boys.
The 8 hours pass. And you hear the call come from the forward scouts. There's light coming up ahead. Looks like daylight. I hope it's daylight. And Kernan is going to they're going to come over to Kernan. And one will say, "Should we ride ahead?" And he's going to go, "Yeah, but don't go alone. Take..." And he's going to point to the guards. He's going to say, "Take the other guards with you." But that means nobody will be back here with the caravan. He's like, Kernan kind of chuckles and was like, "I'm fairly sure we'll be able to defend ourselves for 5 minutes while you're gone." if something tries to sneak up on us. And the autumn eladrin, the spring eladrin that are escorting you will ride ahead. I need passive perceptions from everybody.
Okie dokie. Passive perception.
15.
That is a 15 for me too.
17.
I mean, you know it's ridiculous.
It's reverie.
Yeah.
Is it higher than 17?
Yeah, it's 23.
Reverie, what do your fairy eyes see?
About 2 minutes after they leave galloping forwards, you guys are still making distance. You can begin to see that pinprick of light, but it's maybe about another half an hour of travel on this very long, straight dug tunnel. And from behind you hear, but it's like really, really echoed and timbred and reverberated and shit. And you start to hear the pad of almost like claws and thick sounding hooves on the ground.
From behind us?
From behind you.
Okay, I'm gonna quickie U-turn Polaris and make him run to the back of the camera.
To the rest of the party?
I'm a head to the back of the carriage, and I'm gonna try and is the light cantrip still on towards the back of the carriage, or
So
have the lights gone out?
The tour bus has hanging crystals on all of its corners, which are they're enchanted to always have the light cantrip, and when it drops, it immediately recast. So they are permanently lit up using a command
Okay,
word.
so-
So you always have light as long as you want it when you're nearby the tour bus.
Okay. I think I'll just, in case, have my wing boots on again. Bow in hand. Do I still have? No, I did not. I unattuned to that. Never mind. I
Excuse me a moment.
took away that spell.
Okay, anybody else have anything they want to do?
Sheila will also go investigate.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well move as a unit, right? All four?
Yeah. Sounds good.
So all four of you make your way to the back of the caravan to begin an investigation on what it is that's approaching. Am I hearing that right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, then all of you roll me investigation checks while I search for something that is missing.
Not bad.
I always
12.
get nervous when Elion begins a sentence with
Why?
because it usually means something very good, very funny, or very bad.
I mean, it could be two things at once.
I feel like it depends on your giggle.
Right. Investigation
Definitely
checks.
is
What did we get?
12.
16.
Another 23.
2.
I think it's just too echoey. Even my ears can't quite pick up.
Okay. So, for anybody who got higher than a 15, what is coming towards you is definitely some kind of large creature with a person on its back. And they definitely have something that is, it's not a torchlight, it's not like fire. It's definitely something that is shining. Because otherwise the light would pitch and waver and such. And this light is fairly constant. As they get closer, you can make out the creature that's coming towards you is feathered. And to those of you who had Did anybody get above 17? Reverie, you would eventually see it as much as, like, you know, Sheila, you see this thing come towards you, out the shape coming out of the dark. Reverie, if you get above 17, you're eventually able to make out whatever's coming towards you is wearing Summer Eladrin armor. And it's riding on a demigryph.
In Sylvan, Reverie will kind of keep Polaris almost slightly sideways, like on a diagonal, so that way I can keep moving with the caravan, but keep my focus on that approaching Summer on the demigryph.
Okay.
And in Sylvan, she's gonna shout, "Hold, what is your purpose?"
They halt themselves about 50 feet from you. The kind of disgruntled chirping of this demigryph as they scrape to a halt. And he says, "Begging your pardon. I'm here looking for the commander. He was at my camp roughly a day ago."
Right. I'll turn towards our caravan. Commander!
I turn, Commander. Oh, I go, do you want me to find Kiernan?
No, you idiot, it's you.
Oh. Jaunt my way forward.
When you come into sight,
Oh boy.
This rider will take their helmet off, and you will see the young Summer Eladrin that you gave the pass to, that said this, what you have in your hand, and the wording of it was, is a pass to do whatever the hell you want for the next 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Chaos.
As he sees you, he holds up the pass.
Right.
And he's like, "Well, I don't know exactly how far this spread. The wording was very vague. So you didn't say that I had the ability to do what I wanted while in their command for 24 hours. You just give me a writ to do what the hell I want for 24 hours. And by my count, I've got 10 hours of that left.
Right.
So I asked if I could come with you, and you said no. So I'm choosing to do," and he holds the thing up, "whatever the hell I want, and follow you."
Right, but you're going to have to turn back in like an hour and a half.
No. See, I've been very specific with this, because what I've done is, doing whatever the hell I want, I have signed myself into the service of a superior officer.
I turned to Reverie. I may have fucked up.
No.
I tried to give
Really?
him a writ that let him drink booze on a patrol night because, trust me, those patrol nights are dreary. But he's an idiot, and I am very bad with writing.
It's fine. Reverie's gonna clap him on the back. Okay, you've got a project.
Right, refer to point 1. He's an idiot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you the smartest man alive? You just told me you fucked up.
Right. So, surely me as a teacher is a very poor choice.
No, because you're a good soldier.
One moment, Corporal.
Kesslis is going to lean down and go, "Not to interject too much into this little chat, but you guys understand that inside a tunnel in a cave, echoes are prominent."
Yeah.
Oh, right.
This scout is just kind of like, "I'm not an idiot. I know what you meant. I just choose to,
Go with the loophole?
exploit the loophole, yeah.
It's fine. You're a fantastic swordsman, good soldier.
And it's
Are
his
you
choice.
complimenting
This is
me?
a great. Yes, take the rare opportunity.
Thank you. It's very nice.
You're welcome. Anyway, take the rare. You're a good soldier. You're a good swordsman. This is a great opportunity for this kid to be and that.
I kind of look up.
They
I
travel-
assume. You gone?
They traveled all the way here by themselves through danger to do this.
I assume before you departed, you showed your superior officers the writ so that you weren't charged with abandoning your post.
I definitely showed them the writ that you gave me. I would not say the manner in which I did it was entirely professional.
Right, but they didn't shoot you on the way out, which means they have to at least agree. Because that's not dated, so you can't do it on the way back.
No, he's going to like reach in and pull out another writ, which is you recognise it immediately from the seals on it. It's a release of service.
For 24 hours.
Or
permanently.
Much like you, he did not word everything entirely
Oh,
well.
shit.
What is it with you soldiers and not being more specific?
Well, we'll see. The flaw here comes in that this wasn't entirely specific, so this one was also not entirely specific.
Also, our soldiers aren't known for jargon. That's for what upstairs is for, you know?
I
Basically,
don't know,
we're
I'm a
meat-
musician.
We
basically,
meet heads, we hit things.
all I need is your name to fill in, so that I can be the next settlement I come across. I can hand this in, and I can be,
Right, what is your name?
Oh, and he's going to set at attention like Scout Harrowhall, sir.
Harold Hall. Okay, would you like me to be frank with you, or would you like me to tell you lies you want to hear, Harold?
I would always prefer the truth, sir.
I am not in a... My name is not one that is tossed around in polite company. Using it for your own purposes would probably bring you some unwanted attention.
Not to sound rude, sir, that doesn't seem to be being frank. That is, in fact, more confusing.
While I do carry insignia of your rank, my name is uttered on negative breath.
As in you pissed off the brass, sir.
I pissed off the people that employ the brass, sir.
So
I pissed off the big one.
So you are looked upon as an unfavourable officer?
You could say.
Again, I don't feel that's entirely frank, sir. Begging your pardon, sir. Hold on, I need to roll a save and throw here.
I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. I will tell you my full.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. I rolled a nat 20.
I will tell you my full. Create a given name, and if you know the association with it, I won't correct you.
Okay. As you're saying that, just so everybody can see, Kiernan at this point is like pinching the bridge of his nose. Kesselis has got a kind of amused smile on his face. And he's going to say, alright. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm already here. It'd be a bit of a waste to turn back now without actually knowing how far I've come.
Well, you still have enough time to relinquish your release of service, because you do whatever the hell you want. So you can legally rip up that paper and reinstitute yourself at your old position.
But then there's the question of the unknown, sir. Going back to something deplorable, but known, can oftentimes be worse than going into something unknown and potentially dangerous.
My name
Can confirm.
is Elian Ithilden.
The same Elian Ithilden who has been struck from summer period.
Not the same.
The only Elian Ithilden that I've heard of was excommunicated and
You are looking at the man that
discharged.
was You are looking at the man that was delivered that sentence. Yes.
But you say you're not the same.
I'm not the same.
Is this a figurative or a physical not the same, sir?
It's like a introspective, looking at my life and personality figure of speech.
But also physical. He definitely had a hair change.
And a vibe change, but... And for the record,
Wh-
his excommunication was for good reason,
Why don't you come in?
morally.
I carry with me Sumerian brandy that I keep for special occasions. We can have a drink, and I will explain to you everything that happened.
I think I've got about the gist of it, what I need to know. So, if I was to put your name on this writ, making it official, I would essentially be discharging myself from a position I've been in for the past 20 years and putting myself into the hands of a wandering wastrel and vagabond from summer.
Which I will not allow you to do because you have a very exciting and potential career in front of you.
That is incredibly true.
If I may make the argument for his case, because he won't say anything good about himself, he is still one of the best swordsmen of Summer.
This is true.
You guys are seeing this, and he's already rating.
Oh shit!
Hey, a vagabond's life is really not that bad. Sometimes it's really fun. Take it from me.
I don't have time to babysit, Harold.
In all fairness, sir, I don't need to be babysat. I'm an incredibly capable fighter. In fact, I go so far as to say that of all those guards back in that shit of a settlement, and when he says shit, he says it with almost like a pent up glee. He's like, our commanding officer.
It's a wet wipe.
I could wail the shit out of him if I wanted to.
That's not hard. He barely passed. He was in my promoting class, you know.
The fact of the matter is, I didn't have an interesting career back there. I was a wasted soldier because I don't have any noble blood.
I know that feeling.
So, I figure I wander with you. I see things. I learn things. And if I go back, well, I can just say I was a prisoner of war or something.
That is a good idea.
Kidnapped in action, something like that.
That is a good idea. We will say that our group kidnapped you.
Or...
Hey, maybe we don't...
Or...
Starting more issues with summer and spring, okay?
Yeah.
Or... If I prove myself... You let me tag along. I'll be your... squire. I'll stable your steeds, I'll sharpen your swords, I'll clean your armour. If you'll teach me, and you'll take me to places that I wouldn't see serving as a shitpost guard for a shitpost settlement.
Just off table. I love that you've given me a podrick.
I love him already.
I'm thinking more along the lines of like, I'm giving you an Arthur.
Right. Okay. Degrading work isn't for someone of your stature. I take pride in polishing my own armor and sharpening my own swords. And my demigryph is also ethereal and summoned whenever I need it, so you don't need to stable it. But I understand your candor.
Well, whatever work you see fit, I'll do.
Come on, get on.
And they're like, again, being a soldier in summer, even at the shit kicker levels, you're expected to adhere to an incredibly high standards. Like, I don't know about our American friends across the pond, or even our Canadian friend who now lives over here. But if you've ever seen TV shows about how British soldiers behaved during the Napoleonic Wars, for one, if you ever watched the Sharp films are some of the best movies in existence, by the way, right? The way the ranking officers are expected to behave, you know, you have to be gentlemanly in all things. You know? That's how Summer expects their bog standard soldiers to behave. Gentlemanly in all accords. This guy's not allowed to swear. He's not allowed to, you know, his boots ain't allowed to be scuffed. That's the level of shit he's had to deal with. And now he's basically just been given permission to swear,
Himself?
drink, and yeah, let his armour get a little bit dusty if he wants to every now and again. All at the promise of travelling to places that there are no extremes of summer. So that was why I don't know if you guys remember last session when he said, I'll come with you, you went, nah, we've got enough, you just stay here, then you gave him the writ. That's why I went, oh! This is the exact reason. He was put there as like a possible, you know, yeah, like, you know, like you guys recruited Kernan, then you recruited Kessilis, and then you recruited Kiki, and now you've recruited this guy.
We're collecting all the seasons.
I love playing Pokemon in your world.
You gotta catch them all.
Him knows.
Are you? What was it? What was the soldier's name again?
Harahal.
Harrowhal?
No,
Harahal.
Harahal.
Okay.
Harahal.
Yes.
Okay.
I am not. No, I am a massive fan of World of Warcraft, but I'm not naming someone Harrowhal. Jesus fuck.
That's what I was like. That
I mean,
familiar.
like I'd maybe
World of Warcraft. Harahal.
Help my marketing, please.
I know that.
I
would maybe risk an Arthas here and there, but like it's been like 2 months since the new expansion, guys. I'm not going Harrowhal yet. Jeez.
Okay,
Harahal. Harahal.
Okay.
Harahal. Got it.
If Harrowhal was Elven.
Harahal.
Harahal.
I'ma just call him Hal.
I know, let's just call him Harry.
Let's go.
Just Harry.
I got Kiki, Hal, Kess,
and Care.
Yes. So, Scout Harahal. Whether that is his first name or his surname, you don't know.
I thought you were going to say whether Scout's his first name.
Yes, Scout is his first name.
You never know.
It's like Avengers. His first name is Agent.
After he passes us to join the group, I'm gonna clap Elian on the shoulder. Welcome to parenthood.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna go up to Harahal and just extend a hand. It's like, well, welcome to the group. It's nice to meet you. I'm Arya. And just for the record, vagabond life gets crazy. You're gonna love it.
She's overly optimistic. You'll get used to it.
Well, maybe you're under optimistic. You ever think about that?
I think the term is pessimistic.
Ha! See?
He's going to look to you, Ellen, and go, I can see it now.
Yes. Well, I would like you to explore the things we weren't allowed to indulge in.
Like fun?
I will still appreciate it if you keep your armor and weapons in good condition. Scuffs are fine, cracks are not.
He's going to smile and say, my armor will always be well maintained, and you don't have to worry about the sword. And he's going to pat the sword. You can see from the hilt of the sword, it is not standard Summer Eladrin issue.
Good.
In fact, actually, wait, hold on a minute. You can roll a history check on that one if you want to, Elion.
10.
The design is definitely a Summer Eladrin blade. It's just not Southern Summer Eladrin standard issue. It's definitely something that's a bit above. I'd say a bit above, very high above the class of somebody that's apparently a scout, which is, if they were in a military standing, that would be similar rank to, as you said, a corporal. In a guard settlement, he is a scout. He's supposed to stand on the walls and look out. It's definitely way, 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 way above his rank. The head of the guard outpost at his settlement isn't the rank that would have a sword of this fine a design.
Family heirloom?
Great-grandfather's.
World renowned?
I'd say so. He was... He was once publicly heralded by the Summer King.
For what?
Gallantry in battle, sir.
Fantastic.
It then passed to his daughter, who used it in battle in the same way, and then passed to his daughter, her daughter, my mother.
Is Harold Hall your family name?
Harahal is my first name, sir. I do not have a family name.
Right. Sorry, continue. I fear I cut you off. Your mother passed it to...
My mother passed it to me. She rose to the rank of a flame bearer.
So did my father. Seems we have interesting families.
Fairly. I've never met somebody else who was related to a flame bearer.
I only found out recently. He was
Damn.
a very secretive man.
Would Arya know what a flame bearer is?
I mean, anybody that is even remotely of noble blood, as minor level as noble blood, would know what a flame bearer is. Flame bearers were like the elite of the... If how to put it? If Elion is considered... If we were to put it in like American military terms, if Elion was considered like a Green Beret, like Ranger level military guy, flame bearers are, you know, Deep Six Navy SEALs. Actually, no, hold on. That's still not entirely correct. Do you know who Elion is? Elion's the Black Watch. See when the Navy SEALs do something and they fuck up? The guys they send in to fix the fuck up, that's what the flame bearers are. Outside of war times, they are sent to incredibly dangerous areas to hunt down intensely powerful magical relics or beings to use them or to ally with them in times of great trouble. If a flame bearer can't do the job, then the only other option is to go to like the Summer King or another ranking archfey. They're usually given relics of high power and such, weapons that have less like these are really well made and more like this weapon is a thing of like legendary design.
Whoa. Okay, so yeah, Arya definitely catches the flame bearer. It's like, your dad was a flame bearer.
For something that Elion will understand, flame bearers are the custodies.
Yeah.
Your dad
We're like, I'm a Primaris Marine. He's a normal Marine. Daddy was a Custodes.
Damn, that is high rank. High. Oof. But dad was a flame bearer.
Yeah. Rather reserved one. I mean, it's nothing compared to your father being the leader of one of the oldest noble houses in Summer, but it's up there.
But
He's
still, that's
this
definitely...
Harahal is immediately turning to you and going, "You're of high nobility."
Only technically, but I'm disowned, so I'm just me.
Bows his head and he's like, "Begging your pardon, milady.
Oh, please,
I wasn't aware."
Please don't do that. No, please don't do that. It really makes me deeply uncomfortable.
From the back,
I'm not special.
Karen's just like, it's not so funny when it happens to you, is it?
Enjoyed it. Back off. Look, I'm nothing special. My last name does not make me special. I'm just a humble nomadic bard. Treat me like you would anyone else.
Her last name's Dawnstar, by the way, just in case you're interested.
Stop.
Karen's just at the point of like payback, all the fucking payback in the fucking world.
From somewhere off in the left, a shoe is flying at Kiernan's head.
Can I turn and
Is
see
it
what
mine or
reaction
is it Sheila's? Nobody knows.
No, Sheila's fist bumping.
Sheila's next to him feeding him information.
Absolutely.
Oh, then
And-
it's definitely Reverie shoe.
We'll say this kind of like revelry and playful discomfort around this kind of thing continues for the next wee while as you guys progress forward with your
Am I
new
being a
protege.
Dawnstar?
Sorry?
Can I please? What's his reaction to? Because Dawnstar is a big deal. It's not just any noble house.
Bows lower.
Yeah, he's... When you say that you're disowned and not to do that, it kind of comes round to, okay, cool, not to treat you like that. But it's very...
Yeah, treat me
it's,
like you would anyone
it's,
else. I'd really prefer that.
right, calm down. It's alright, it's okay, it's good. But he does kind of come into a state of like, not like he's treating you different, but like he's definitely watching with a sense of confusion as to why you are here. Like, Elion is here, and Elion to a certain extent could be viewed as at least some level of minor nobility, purely based on the fact that his father was a flamebearer. But he's still acting the way you would expect an Eladrin of that military training to act. You're apparently a member of high nobility and are cutting around with a patchy skirt.
Randos.
Like, you're cutting about with
choppy
absolute...
hair.
Like, aye. So he's confused by it.
You're the equivalent of, I'm a princess, but I'm in a circus.
Basic. Fun fact: one of her patches comes from when she actually tagged along with a circus troupe for a while.
But after about, another... as you talk to him, and it's about maybe 10-15 minutes of talking to him, then the other half hour to catch up with the scouts, you guys will eventually get to the end of this very, very long journey through these mountains. The last time you took this journey was up and over the mountain, travelling for 2 or 3 days through hell and blizzards, and cutting through here because of the dwarven roads. Close to a day of travel. I believe in total 6 hours were traversed, stopped for an hour to deal with dragons and dwarves, so that's 7, then 8 hours of journeying, 15 hours of journeying brings you to the end.
Way easier.
The first sign that you're closing in on the edge is the wind.
Oh, fresh air.
You can feel that breeze billowing down the tunnel. You can hear the howling winds outside. But what that also means is that you have arrived in the eastern lands in the middle of one of those sandstorms.
Oh, bollocks.
And as you come to the edge of it, you get yourself out. You've got that kind of like 100-foot kind of safety net because of the overhang of the mountains, as you would normally expect from weather and such. You've always got like a kind of safety barrier. The sandstorm would never come up and hug the sides of the mountain unless it was exceptionally violent. And within that space you can see a tent, sprawling rugs, a long red carpet set out, and a very, very familiar face of this king from the human lands, the King Amun. And as he sees you, he puts his hands out and says, "Friends, we have been waiting for quite some time." And he marches forward towards you, and he's got this, if you can't remember how I described him before, he wears bright purple colours, and he is adorned all over in gold. From gold circlets around his biceps and around his wrists, gold rings. He has his beard pulled into 3 large braids, and each of them braided and ringed in gold. He wears a gold circlet, gold and amber beads in his hair, and even the caul, even the caul that he wears on his eyes, black under but gold on the eyelid. And he approaches. Again, to reiterate to that as well, very, very Babylonian / Mesopotamian in dress.
Cool.
And he had very, very kind of deep, that kind of like really, really deep Middle Eastern, rich brown skin. And again, for that very reason, I am just going to speak in my normal voice for him, but to give an idea of what he would sound like, looking at like Northern African Egyptian style voicing, similar to that of like, you know, Bayek from Assassin's Creed Origins, you know, that kind of accent would be expected for it. But again, I am incredibly palm coloured, so that is not something that I am going to imitate. And he walks forward, putting his hands out, much as he did before, in that way of like holding his hands towards you like this. And should you put your hand out, he takes both hands and hand like this, and that seems to be the standard method of greeting. That's not like like the way like a wee old granny takes your hands and she's like, oh, I did it. It's not like that. That seems to be their standard of like handshake.
I'll go place my hands then.
So you put your hands in, and when he puts his hands over them like this, your hands form this, and he does that, and he goes around everybody. And he says, "You must be hungry, thirsty. We have brought plenty of refreshments. Whichever you would desire." And he gestures you towards the tents. These tents of flowing linen, but again, whites and purples and vibrant pinks and reds.
It's good to see you again. How have you been?
We have been blessed. Our kingdom has continued to thrive, and we look forward to solidifying trade and allies with our neighbours to the west.
That's wonderful. I look forward to it.
And he kind of looks over you and he's like, your numbers have grown since we last spoke. He sees you, Reverend, and he goes, I recall yourself. Don't tell me. Revelry.
Very close. Reverie.
Reverie. It's a pleasure to see you again. And he comes over and he does that very same greeting to you, and he doesn't bend over to like, you know, go down to you. He goes down to his knees so that he is looking you eye to eye. He's not bending over like this or looming above. He comes down to his knees to go eye to eye, and he takes your hands and shakes them before standing back up. Again, not remaining down there to speak to you. He stands back up and takes a step back so that it's not like he's looking like this to speak to you. Steps back so it is more of a slight diagonal in where his eye looks, and he says, "Your journey, was it comfortable? Was there any hassle?"
Not much. We encountered I don't know what to call them, because he ran away. Tiny man in the mountain.
Oh, you encountered a dwarf.
It might be. Yeah. Okay, so that was a dwarf. Oh, interesting. Oh, seemed rather superstitious of Fae folk, but.
Hold on, just in case Revelry has more she wanted to say.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yes, they're dwarves. They're some of our trading allies.
They're very interesting.
Very much so, yes. They are quite the rowdy bunch.
I wouldn't know. Ours ran away from us.
Oh. Well, I can't.
We mentioned we were Fae, well, most of us, but and seemed very scared of that. for some reason.
They do have a tendency to fear those of what's the word? What's the word that the high priest was using? And one of his aides will lean forward and speak to him and goes, extraplanar.
Oh.
Ah.
What they cannot see in front of them, they are cautious of. You should hear them go on about some of the ghost stories that they believe in. It's quite entertaining.
Would have liked to have had it. Well, maybe we'll
Well,
run into more. in the
Some
future.
of the representatives from their four councils will be there at the gala tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful! I can't wait to meet them. And from the tunnels alone, it seems like they're very talented at architects.
And he's going to hold up his arms with all his jewellery and such and say, "Why do you think we trade?
Oh,
These metals and jewels, they come from the mountains. We trade them fabrics and spices and materials, and they trade us metals and stone and marble."
oh, so they're miners. Or do they make the jewelry? Are they artisans too?
They do all manner of things, but their real craft comes in their stonework.
Cool.
But we can talk of this for days to come, and he's going to turn to the rest of them. And like, he gets a couple of people's names correct. He doesn't remember Kernan whatsoever, and does just a kind of, "It is good to see you again." He doesn't get Sheila's name correct, but again, very similar to Reverie. He's along the right lines. He gets Elion's name correct, as out of all the names here, Elion is a fairly, easy one. Sheila could be Sela, could be Sila, could be all kinds of things. Elion, fairly simplistic. Obviously, he's never met Kesselis. He's never met Kiki. And he's definitely never met Harahal. So, and yeah. Before that, he does offer refreshments, or if you guys would prefer, he can take you straight to their city, if you'd rather. Oh yes, Reverie.
Can I take one of the glasses of water and then just go back inside the tunnel a little bit? And I'm going to cast Create or Destroy Water to eliminate our smell in case the dragon decides to come after us and not the dwarf.
Smart.
Okay. So you basically just flood the initial 5-10 feet of the cavern, of the tunnel,
Yep.
yeah? Okay, cool. Then yeah, that can very easily be done. So you take that cup of water, and King Amun follows you as you do it. And where he goes, there's always at least two of his aides with him at all times. And he goes up, and as he watches you do it, he goes, "What is this? Some form of a Fey ritual?"
No, we did encounter a creature, and it seemed to work off of smell. So this is just to make sure it does not.
Fascinating. Your mind is a wondrous thing, Reverie.
Thank you. How is your mother, by the way?
And he smiles, but there is a bit of a bit of sadness to it. It says, she passed into the hands of the gods, roughly a week ago.
Oh, I am so sorry.
She was peaceful. She was at peace. There was no pain as she did so. As I said, our mortal lives do not quite reach the extent of your immortality.
It is good that she had a peaceful departure. That is often the best one.
Our priests were there with her to pass her into the hands of the gods, and now she wanders in the next world. And again, as he says this, he's smiling. They're not quite on the level of, like, Norsemen who are like drinking and when somebody's dead and like, way party. But it's very much a sense of like they seem to have quite a positive approach to people passing.
Well, I will entreat my friend about it as well.
Ah, yes,
I was looking
you
forward
can
to meeting her. That is a shame.
you converse with a spectre of death from your own world. Yes.
The Raven Queen, yes.
Fantastic. I would very much like to hear of this Raven Queen when we have time.
Absolutely.
But you must be eager to get to a place of rest and comfort. Please, allow me to arrange my guides, and we can continue on.
Beverly will very
Fantastic.
politely incline her head. He's a noble, she is not. She's just a guy.
And as he goes off to prepare his caravan to move and show you to his kingdom, we will stop there for our 15-minute break. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're about to entreat upon the human kingdoms for the first time in this world's origin. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you in 15 minutes' time. Hello there, beautiful people. We are back for part 2 of our lovely session of the forming. When we left off, you guys had just set out with King Amun and his entourage leading you back to the human kingdom. The journey takes you towards the edge of the sandstorm and then starts to go through it. And as it starts to go through it, you see this entourage that he has with him. You see they start to channel magic, and they essentially start to channel gust of wind to constantly combat the winds and the sandstorm billowing around about you.
Ooh.
And they keep this up for your entire journey. You can't see much because of the sand, but King Amun does. You know, he rides on his own mount next to you, a horse nonetheless. But these horses seem slimmer than what you'd expect of a standard horse. They're essentially, if anybody knows their horse breeds, it's Arabian horses. You know, they're built for running through softer ground. They're very sleek. Very, very known for their speed. But however, quite slight in comparison to other horse breeds. So he's maybe not sitting quite so high as like Kernun on his elk, or Elion and Arya and Sheila on their Taurox, or on their demigryphs. He's probably sitting about even with Reverie on Polaris. Polaris is probably, to be perfectly honest, one of the smallest of the steeds, so to say. And you know, he's kind of explaining that it shouldn't be too far, maybe about an hour's journey through directly in this direction through the sands. We don't have the longest of time, but if anybody has anything they wish to quickly discuss or RP on this journey through the sands, they are more than welcome to do so. Does anybody have anything?
I'm good.
Just excited to get to the city, so all good.
Okay. Reverie, Sheila? Okay. Then it's after an hour that you eventually come to it. The break in the sand. And then ahead of you, tall, white walls. It's not until you get closer to them you see that the white is a natural stone. Maybe something along the lines of like limestone, or perhaps even marble. It's exceptionally smooth. Large gilded trade gates. If you've ever seen images of, like, you know, the old kingdoms of Babylon and Mesopotamia, that's what it looks like here. Horses, camels, other strange creatures, including something that looks very similar to, like, if you were to have given a snake legs. Used as some kind of quick moving mount. There are guards on the gate. Weapons here all seem to be curved in some manner. Nothing quite in the line of like a straight blade. Either if they're wielding a sword, it looks very much in the design of like a khopesh or a scimitar, and if there's no like spears, it's mostly glaives. They even have something that looks akin to like a glaive, but with two blades with a blade on each end. There are no bows or anything like that in sight, It all seems to be like, throwing like, javelins and the like. Every single one of these guards is wearing what honestly comes up to about the highest of armor you're seeing on these guards is like studded leather. Not a knight in sight. Elion and Kiernan definitely stand out, looking like metal men. As you reach these gates, the sounds of like chimes and cymbals and such go off as people are heralding the return of their king. And Amun stands up in his oh god, what are those things called? It's like a platform with 4 handles that people carry on their shoulders.
Oh, palanquin?
Palanquin, that's it, thank you very much. He stands up on the edge of his palanquin and he waves to the people that are coming in, and when he gets inside the city, you see as the gates are fully opened up, rather than just the little trade doors, the gates are fully opened up and there's no sand inside the city. The streets are paved with massive monoblocks, slabs of this white stone, the same as the walls. This place is so damn bright. The way the sun hits the white and bounces around it, and obviously, and again, any patterns and such on the buildings are painted in like purple and red and pink and maroons and rouges and such. Very, very... Those kind of like red and purple are kind of like the ends of the colour palette. Everything falls in between them. Otherwise it's white. The kind of general attire here is loose, comfortable linen clothing. Men and women in equal parts walk around in various states of clothed or unclothed. There seems to be no public what's the word I'm looking for? No public
Indecency?
No public worry of indecency. So like, if a man is walking around topless, a woman can walk around topless in equal measure. There's no shame, there's no decrying of it. However, everybody is bottom half covered at all times. I don't want you guys thinking you've walked into a nudist colony. That's definitely a Springlands thing. I guess if there's anything that anybody wants to look for specifically as you enter into here, you can make investigation checks, or if you want a general look around, you can perception check.
Can I see? Because I remember Amun saying that their people loved music, and so I would probably keep on the lookout for anything relating to music, or even like dance style or singing, like because she wants to learn, like because she's learned about like the different styles of music and performance from the Four Seasons, but this is a completely new race. Like what's their style of music and dance and performance like? She wants to learn.
So there's nothing.
So
there's
keep an eye out for that.
There's nothing so much as like dance or anything in the streets, but you can definitely hear music along the streets, and it's very... How to describe it? I don't know the name of the style of music is the thing, but it's like like if you watched movies like The Mummy, The Scorpion King, things like that, and you hear music that is like drums, strings, and that kind of like vocalization in the back. Take away the vocalization, and it's that kind of music that's in the background. Comes from all sides of the city, as if there's there's street musicians playing and such, but there's no dancing and such in the streets. Not in the sense of that it's like it's not like Footloose where you're not allowed to dance. It's more like dancing is maybe a thing that happens at events and such, rather than just randomly, sporadically in the streets.
Less busker performances here.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you can definitely hear music all around. Is there anything that people specifically want to look for as you come in? Bear in mind that you guys are all oddities. So as you're coming through here, people are stopping and staring at you. Men carrying wares and women with arms filled with weapons and such stopping and looking at you. Children, gazing up, eyes wide, because the idea of these strange horned people or very, very short people wearing armour suddenly coming into the city alongside the king. None of you look like dwarves, who appears to be their only trading partner.
Can I get a sense for quality of life? Like if this is a nation that is under I don't get vibes that this ruler is tyrannical, but in the sense of whether it's flourishing or declining.
Most places, most cities, the large gate that you come in through leads you into like a trade district, or maybe like a commons district, which would be attached how to say it in the polite way, where the peasants live.
Mm-hmm.
If this is where their peasants live, nobility must be pretty fucking high class. People don't look like they're starving. They don't look like they're wanting for much. Yeah, you might see some people who are doing some dirty work. Like, there's definitely people who are, like, you can see, like, potters and such, like, making, like, clay pots and such to sell at market and stuff like that. And their hands are dirty and they've got dust and stuff on their face and such. But
yeah,
as far as you see, it's not like that is a standard. That's just like, I'm working, therefore I'm dirty. But when I get home, I clean myself and I'm no longer dirty. Like, it's... Everybody seems to have...
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be homeless on the streets. Everybody appears to have a home, food to eat, and a decent level of living. Sheila.
Apart from the king, so has any kind of wider group met us, like advisors and whatnot?
Not like advisors and such, but as you've entered, city guards have came over. The city guards all have something... the thing that they all have in common is that they all sport the same hairstyle. Which is they're completely bald, except for the nape of the head, where there is a long braid. The braids are in varying lengths, but they all have at least a braid that touches the bottom of their neck. The older ones tend to have a much longer braid, to the extent that some of them, for the sake of ease, have like metal loops on their belts, which their braids are wrapped around, so they're not tripping over their hair. Other than that, beards, facial hair, all that kind of thing, tattoos and such, wide and varied.
Can I just maybe keep an eye out and just like keep an eye out for power dynamics, essentially, like apart from the king, if there's anyone else that seems to be ruin the roost a bit.
Absolutely. What to do is roll the check for me just now, and then when it gets to the point where it becomes evident, I will make you aware. Roll me we'll call an insight check.
Good thing I'm good at those. That is 27.
27. Okay, I'm going to make a note of that.
You are so in depth, you know everyone's social security numbers.
Exactly.
Before they've even been invented.
You are somehow already in all of their group chats.
She was the reason people needed to invent social security numbers.
And the person that lurks in the group chat that never speaks, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, they're in here.
That's me. I literally never type. I just see everyone's messages, forget to respond, and go.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I'm the guy in group chats who's like, I don't answer for a full day, and then at the end of the day go, sorry, ADHD, somebody give me the TLDR.
Yeah.
Right, so anybody get anything else as we move through the city?
You know what? Yeah. Just as we're chugging along here, um, there's like shops and stuff, right? As we're walking through.
There's there's an entire market, but a strange thing here as well is that despite there being a market, there's actually shop fronts as well, like buildings that are made specifically to be shops.
For personal reasons, I am keeping my eyes on the shops for like a jewelry store.
Oh yeah. I
Easily
wonder-
within the first 5 minutes of you moving through here, at least 2 jewelry stores and 5 stalls selling jewelry.
Awesome. Perfect.
Yeah, I wanted to do.
Anything in
Hopefully
particular
we'll-
you're looking for?
No, it's a custom piece.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
But just to note where they are for later. Other than that, yeah, no, smiley wavy at the people staring because Reverie doesn't know what to do. So might as well smile and wave.
Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and
Smile and
wave.
wave, boys. Smile and wave. Elion, anything for you?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Eventually. Oh, sorry, Arya, did you have something else you wanted to do?
Oh, I was just gonna say because I forgot I wanted to get something made too, and we talked about like a shopping trip with the girlies, so probably would have been looking out similarly. But mostly she's just like in the mind of like, I'll probably sightsee later, so, like more in-depth sightsee later. But other than that, just smile and wave, boys.
Okay, cool. No worries. It's not long through the city. You're talking maybe 15, 20 minutes walk through the city before you come to a large, grand, multi-leveled palace. The columns that spread through the initial entranceway, solid white marble, gilded in gold. Banners that look almost like just plain flags of colour hang down, causing almost like a weird dappling and flowing colour spectrum as the winds pick up and move them and the light catches them at different angles and such. And inside there are gardens, beautiful gardens with rivers seemingly built to run through the city, directly through and irrigate these gardens by themselves. And at multi-different levels of this palace, some of the rivers create small waterfalls that pour through hanging baskets to also irrigate them. Wildflowers everywhere. There are strange birds walking around here with large fan-like tails. There are crocodiles in the river here. There are even so far as to say very strange and exotic looking desert creatures just wandering around in these gardens as well. No chains, no nothing like that. They just wander.
Whew.
And at the entrance to this point, Amun will step off of the palanquin and he will make his way through here on foot, and he will turn to you all and say, My home is this way, and you'll be my guests there.
Thank you. Very kind.
Turning to Sheila, personal royal suites.
As long as we don't like get murdered in them, I'm fine with that.
But like balconies, new clothes, access to private gardens. If they're trying to
Yeah.
impress,
We could take over. Just do like that little forceful coup.
don't you
Over.
think it's a little greedy for you to want to rule 2 kingdoms? Like, save some for the rest of us.
You could rule, and we could just visit and trade off occasionally.
See, that's a much better plan. And also, I'm not trying to assume your opinions, but I think lavish amounts of gold's a bit more my taste than yours.
As long as you give me some of that cool jewelry.
Yeah?
I am liking the jewelry. Do you think they would make me a crown?
You want another one?
I don't have one. Unless I
Oh,
steal
you want a commission from
Kernan's.
them? That's a very good piece of introductory business. Very savvy.
I have a kind of big question to ask though.
Hmm?
I know we haven't had like a lot of time to bond or like see
Right.
eye to eye on things, but there's one thing that I do respect about you.
Which is...
Would you like to help design my crown with me?
Whoa.
You give me themes, I'll give you examples.
Perfect.
I'm like taking a step back going, yes!
Okay, wow.
I'm gonna make your Pinterest board go. It's gonna happen.
I don't
So I
trust
like
him
this
much,
about this one.
but-
I like this about this one. This one's a bit gauche, but this gem's really nice.
Okay, cool.
Spring crown's gonna turn out looking more like summer, but hey.
I have faith. I have faith in Elion.
I'm gonna get off my horse and give Polaris a couple extra sugar cubes for all his hard work.
Force feeding him sugar cubes.
And
Okay.
then follow the king.
He's going to lean over to you, Reverie, as you follow him, and he's going to say, I do not want to think that I was eavesdropping. But your friend there, I do believe, mentioned royal sweets. Am I missing something?
He has an overinflated sense of self-worth.
He was
And
meaning
extravagance.
he was meaning the suites he'll be staying in will be of royal origin because
Yes.
they're in my for a second there I thought he was hinting that we were travelling with royalty and I was not aware.
Oh, so Kiki Edom, who you were introduced to, is the Primarch of Autumn's brother.
Primarch
which
is
is like
a okay, so he is
King
he's going to kind of fish around for the word for going a steward.
Sort of.
A representative?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
And then Kiernan, who you met, is the newly crowned King of Spring.
The one who I met who was barefoot and dirty is a king.
Yes. Spring is very close to nature. Kiernan is the personification.
I was not aware we had royalty.
He does not much. He's still getting used to it. So it is good that you did not.
But still, standards must be upheld, and we must show the respect that that deserves. And he's going to turn to... One thing you see plenty of here is like household servants. And he turns and he kind of like claps and to get their attention, then like beckons them over. And he speaks in this language that you've never heard this language before in your life. And he gestures around and they eventually go off and each grab like 2 or 3 each. To the point where there's like 12 of these household servants dropping what they're doing and running back towards the palace. And he's going to turn around. And very much in that, I'm an expert in handling situations, I was raised to do this kind of way. Turns around and goes, there has been a mix-up with your accommodations, but we are rectifying the situation just now. Please, I will take you to a lounge area where you can rest, relax. And he starts to walk, verging onto a different path, taking you in another direction.
Okay. Is this all of us or just a reverie?
All of you.
Oh, okay. I'll just follow along then. Out of curiosity, Brandon, do I get the sense, like, if I was to compare this place to, like, say, the back of the Dawnstar Manor of, like, splendor and, like, status and all that kind of stuff, like, just what's the, like, because the servants thing definitely tipped off. Okay, this guy is, like, up there for sure. I mean, obviously he's the king, but just out of, like,
in comparison to this palace, the Dawnstar family estate to this place would be like comparing a Beverly Hills mansion to the Taj Mahal.
Which one's the Taj Mahal? Which one's Beverly Hills?
This one is the Taj Mahal.
Oh, okay. But
incredibly grand. You could fit your family's entire estate, house, and land in these gardens.
Yeah, that's impressive. Do I get the sense that, like, just vibe-wise, because Arya's experience with her corner of wealth was always very kind of cold and empty. Does this place feel like as cold in a sense, or is there like the kind of warmth to it, or something like that? You know what I'm talking about?
So you haven't entered the building
like
yet, so you can't really get a sense of that so far. What I will say is, high-ranking Summer Eladrin families, again, like most high-ranking families, had household serfs and servants. To be clear what that means, these are people who work a job and are paid for the service they provide to these families. But the household servants in the Dawnstar family's home, they dressed like servants. They wore good clothes, but it was very clear there was a standard.
That
there was a sense of elitism. The household servants here still have jewellery. Whether it was gifted, whether it's family heirlooms, or whether it's something they've bought for themselves, there's a show of at least that, to a certain extent, even what you could call the lower rungs of society, the lower castes of society, can afford a fairly decent standard of life. And
nice.
People don't really seem like they're sad to be here. People that are working in the gardens are tending the animals, making sure that the river is, running clear, and tending to the flowers and the trees and the plants here. But
there's not like that haughty, elitist attitude.
Not really. Amun actually seems quite warm to his people. He seems like a king who genuinely cares. I would liken it very much to not in the same kind of like vibe and aesthetic, but the same approach as like Aragorn from like the Lord of the Rings. Like he's lofty in his stature and in his status in life, but when he talks to people, he doesn't talk down to them. He has a sense of humility even about his very, very advantageous positioning in life.
Okay. When Ari picks up on that, and normally in like highbrow kind of like areas of status, like when she was in the courts or when she was even at the masquerade, she's like very tense and like uncomfortable, but this is the first time you'd see her in this sort of environment, and she actually relaxes and just kind of like, okay, I like this guy a lot. She doesn't feel like she has to put on airs or mask, in a sense, like that neurodivergent kind of masking, because she sees that Amun isn't doing that, even though he is of a higher rank socially. So she gets to feel comfortable here, I think.
I don't know if I've actually shown an image, and unfortunately I can't do it on the stream here, but I can for the players. I can drop an image of what Amun looks like so that you can kind of see that.
Sweetness.
And this again gives you a kind of vibe of what the place looks like.
Oh, Very handsome.
Amun leads you to. I can't. Oh god, I can't remember what they're called. Oh god. Right, how to describe? So you know how like in Roman villas you would have like that room in the middle of the house. It wasn't really a room; it was more like a courtyard, but a fairly small courtyard with like a pond or a pool in the middle of it, and it was open air. There was no ceiling to it. It's like that, but very, very big. You're talking at least 100-foot lengthwise and maybe 60-foot width. In the centre of it, a pool. A pool that you could sit in, but not like a pool you could swim in. You could sit in it and you would be like maybe up to your chest in water. Or you could sit on the edge and dip your feet into it and such. And there are dignitaries all around it, being tended to in many different ways, whether it's being served food, being brought drinks. Several of them have what appears to be mud on their face, but like very, very controlled. It covers their entire face. Essentially, he's brought you to a spa. In fact, I'm just going to put something in there just to annoy Sheila. On one side of it, you can see what it's a mud bath. It's like a pit that has been walled in this amazing, beautiful white marble, and it's just filled with liquid mud. And there's somebody just sitting in it, and they actually appear to be quite happy to be sitting in it.
As soon as you said I'm going to annoy Sheila, I knew exactly where you were going.
Cool.
But essentially, guys, as I promised you, this is your spa.
Yay!
Perfect.
I'm getting the worst
don't have to
evil
get
eyes
in
in
the
the
mud
world from Ash.
I mean, you don't
right now.
have to get in the mud bath. I'm sure they have other spa-like amenities.
Kernan is already like undoing the clips on his armored greaves, and he's like, "There's fucking mud." Wee.
The 4 reactions you got were so good because like Liz was like, "That makes sense." Katisha was like, "Yeah." I was like, "That's a bit strange," and Ash is like, "That's just wrong."
Arya's taken off her shoes, her flats and boots, and immediately going to the pond to like just like relax her tootsies in the water.
Sheila's over. Oh, this is quite cool. This is sees the mud pit and is like, we have to go home. We have to
Burn
return
it
home.
down.
Sheila's Tantor from Tarzan was like, "Are you sure this water is sanitary? It looks questionable to me."
It's fine, Sheila.
I love the dynamics of Sheila and Kernan's marriage going forward is going to be, the pH of this soil is too high. I believe I may die. And Kernan in the corner, fuck yeah, concrete!
That's exactly what Arya and Elia were like when they went to the hot springs in Autumn for the first time.
So yeah, at this point we only have roughly half an hour left. I don't feel like getting into any major RP would be massively beneficial. I want to give a bit of time to this. So what I'm going to say to you guys is for our last half hour together, you have a relaxing spa. It'll take roughly 2 hours for them to get the rooms resorted so that Kernan gets a suite fit for a king. So as you guys are brought here...
Sheila gets a suite fit for a queen.
But you didn't mention that Sheila was betrothed to him. You just said that Kernan was crowned king. So Kernan is essentially getting like a penthouse suite thrown together.
They're gonna be in the same room. It's fine.
Yeah, we should know. It's fine.
Yeah, they sleep.
Yeah,
sleep
but that's the
Single
thing.
bed. Single bed.
They're just throwing it together for what they think is a single king. I can't wait for you guys to get there and be like,
boy.
okay, so Sheila, you and Karen will be here, and then I'm going to go, you mean there's a queen here as well? You guys need to give me this information. He's just like, I'm sorry, we can't
You're
give you this.
asking Reverie, she's just a guy.
I'm sorry, we can't give you this
I'm
room.
just a baby.
We can't give you this room, Your Grace. I'm very sorry, but there's no other rooms. We'll build you a better room.
We supplied one single hammock. How are you both going to fit in one single hammock?
Let's get like they bring you to Kernan's room, and let's get like 4 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, and like it's got its own and it's got its own in-house serfs, and they're like, okay, yeah, this is great for me and you, Sheila. There's a queen here. No, it's not enough. Build more. No, so you have this spa here, and it's like, you know, again, to be completely unhindered and to be completely frank and upfront, anything you could want is here. There is displays of... You can see dwarves are here as well. There are dwarven dignitaries, and unlike the one that you've seen before, there are multiple different kind of appearances of these dwarves. There is a dwarf who is getting what appears to be scalding hot rocks put on their back and on the lower muscles of their legs and such. There are people getting massages. There are people getting mud applied to their face. Anything that you could ever want in a spa can be done here, except for that weird thing where they wrap you in seaweed and cook you for like 10 hours. Like, not that shit.
Yeah, that would be weird in the desert, I feel like.
That's really fucking weird. People that get that done in real life, that's fucking weird.
It's like that. It's
Yeah.
like that. I came across a place in London that gives you a kebab experience where they turn you into a kebab.
That's
What?
fucking weird, okay? Mud bath, I can get behind. Okay, cool. It's been shown some types of mud are good for the skin. I can get behind that shit, right? If you wrap me in banana leaves and try
That's
to cook
weird.
me, I'm going like, excuse me, my friend, I am not barbacoa. Okay?
I'm not an empanada.
I am not...
I'm tamale.
I am not some kind of, like, pig you can just bury under the ground, wrapped in banana leaves, and leave for 12 hours, okay? I am a human being. And unless your name is Hannibal Lecter, I do not accept that as a fine form of treatment.
Like a
Meat's
tamale.
back on the menu, boys.
Sorry, what did you say there?
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
That's Sheila's plans of invasion. We're going to breed cannibal Eladrin and let them loose. I heard that
You
there's
said we already have to breed.
Sheila's already made them. They're already there. So does anybody have anything they would like to do while you are released here and told you have 2 or 3 hours? Reverie.
I would like to tap Cassilius on the shoulder and whisper so only Cassilius can hear me.
Thank you for saying that. Go.
And go, I'm gonna need you to watch this. And then I'm gonna go up to Elian and I'm gonna slink my arm through his. You know, I need to talk to you. I'm gonna pull him away in the direction of the mud paths.
No, thank you. I mean, I would like to have a conversation, but not in the presence of beautified soil.
Well, it's the quieter side. So we're going over there.
Kessler's is like,
There's like one guy there.
Kessler's like, Mom. He apologized.
Okay.
He's like waving, trying to get your attention. No.
I lead him. I lead him over.
No. No. Okay. His fate is his fate. he's like, I tried my best. I did everything I could. He did next to nothing, but he tried his best.
When we get over to the mud, I have been.
Are you resisting being led to the mud pits, Elion?
No, I'll go, but I don't want to go in. I'll make that very clear.
It's fine. We're not going in. We're staying.
Okay,
outside
cool,
of it.
cool. We're chilling.
I have been a bit short with you today, and I would like to apologize. It is entirely your fault.
Okay.
But my reaction is not conducive to an environment where we can work together when danger happens. So I'd like to apologize.
It sounds extremely business loaded for an apology.
You want me on my hands and knees?
Rephrase
I'm
before I
so
say
sorry.
something different.
Are you going to accept the apology or not?
Oh no! Please don't take away from the fact that I am very appreciative, and I did do something in whatever to your friend.
You caused public humiliation to my son. Who
He
is a
did
child.
He did leave me stranded and naked on the top of a cliff top right next to the ravine of a known basilisk den. In
Right.
hindsight, it's about even.
Right, you survived a literal explosion. I think hanging a little bit off of the side of a cliff is more than fine for you, quite frankly. And in return, you gave him immense public humiliation.
Which I realized was a bad exchange, and I apologized sincerely.
I am glad you apologized. I will ask King of Moon, when I have a moment, where there is a training ground for the soldiers.
Right.
So we can work through our thing.
Okay.
But I did want to say that I was sorry, because being short with you is not conducive to our line of
Right.
okay.
Okay.
I am going to cast Mage Hand with my Ghost Lantern. And right before I walk away, I'm going to push him in the mud.
Oh!
With 3 hands, my Mage Hand and both my hands.
Damn.
I'm going to allow Elion to resist that because a mage hand can only lift 10 pounds.
That's fine. I mean, I am using both of my hands as well. So.
Reverie, give me, for you it will be athletics. For Elion, athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
My athletics is better, so it's the same thing for both of us. No, don't roll. I'm in.
Damn!
What did you get?
Total, with a +6, 8.
Oh, the dice do not like you tonight.
You
I
are
got 12, so...
you're pushed into the mud pits. As you're pushing, there is a cry of like, "Ah!" as there is already a person in there. And he's like, I do say that is this is definitely not your standards of behavior. You should be any babbling on about like how you should be behaving. Like you come out covered head to toe in mud. And he's like, you're supposed to take your clothes off, man. At least a bit of decorum and approach of understanding.
I walk away laughing so uproariously loud.
Trying to hold in the laugh.
I will find the nearest body of water, and whether or not it's a good idea, I will walk in and get all of the mud off, whether or not people give a shit.
As you're walking in, Kessler's just going to and prestidigitation so you don't further annoy people. He just prestidigitates the mud off
Thank you.
And then to you, Reverie, as you walk back, Kessler is going to look at you and go, he apologised.
Yeah, but I either don't give him mud or set his clothes on. So.
But I kind of accepted it, and now I feel like all you've done is uneven the scales again. Like, if he comes for you, I will not be involved.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'm a grown-up and a soldier. I've been through many prank calls.
It was
Besides,
pretty
he
funny.
humiliated you. And...
It was pretty funny how he got covered in mud, though. That was pretty good.
Exactly. He gave you a little public humiliation. I think it's only fair.
Yeah, that seems fair.
I slide my hand for like a low 5 in secret.
He'll return it. Yeah, cool. Low 5 that. Does anybody want to partake in any of these spa activities? Arya.
Well, beforehand, I would probably like at some point ask the girlies of the party if, like, you know, especially I know Reverie wants to do her thing with Elion to get even. Once we all have some free time, if we want to like do like some sightseeing together, do some shopping together, because I wanted to get some jewelry. We want to like look around because I definitely want to sightsee and kind of gauge my audience, so to speak, before the performance. And I thought it'd be nice to do a little shopping trip with the girls. So I'd probably ask Reverie and Sheila if they wanted to, if you guys be interested in doing that. Well, time before you have to get ready, so.
Yeah, I think once they figure out our room situation.
Sheila, shopping?
Yeah.
Great. And also, speaking of performance, not that I don't like this sort of thing, but I did have an idea for something a little more. Normally, I hate makeup and things like that, but I did have something in mind that was a little more slightly theatrical, still a bit tame, but I suck at that sort of thing. I don't suppose maybe you could give me some tips or help for that later when we get ready?
Don't really do theatrical.
Well, makeup in general tips, because I don't do that much. I'm sure you know better than Great! So, shopping later, wonderful. And then I think Ari would like actually want to try the mud baths. She's not shy about her body, she just doesn't think there's much to see there. And I think in between, like, she would also be trying to like talk to some of the other like humans or like the dwarves and try to like, you know, start conversation, because again, she likes learning about other cultures and making friends and stuff like that, and you know, just trying to strike up conversation. But I am curious about the mud bath.
Okay, so Arya's going into the mud bath, yeah?
Yeah, and you said there was people passing around little hors d'oeuvres and snacks and stuff. Any sweet potatoes?
No sweet potatoes. There's also like actual meals being brought in, like full-on cooked birds and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm definitely trying anything that looks new and interesting. Any drinks, any food.
When Arya walked away from like the girl squad conversation, Reverie's gonna lean over to Sheila real quickly and go, "Are we supposed to wear makeup for events like this?"
Like I'll do like a little bit like line or kohl. Maybe some blush.
There's this like stare off into space.
I want to make it clear, Arya's talking for like performance for herself, not like.
Reverie's talking in general
for the party. But I just want to make it clear, Arya meant that for like for herself in a performance sense, not like, oh, we have to do this because it's a party. If that makes Reverie more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was more of a question to Sheila about just in general. Like, for these events, okay. Reverie's not used to this kind of stuff.
Kind of what you're comfortable with, and
I don't.
I personally don't think you need it.
Stop it. You're gonna be such an excellent queen. I'm so excited for you.
Well, couldn't have done it without you. Literally.
Stop it.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want a little makeup, you can do what I do. If not, don't worry. I don't think that.
Do we wear makeup? Do you wear makeup on dates? Like, is that? Do I have to? Am I gonna have to come to you twice for makeup?
I mean, at a certain point, you just give up because like, Kernan's see me without makeup now, so.
Okay.
All downhill from here.
You mean uphill?
No, downhill. For him, at least.
Well, he's locked in.
I love how Sheila's just like casually smack talking herself, and Kernan's in earshot just being like, "Listen, I made a vow that anybody that smack talks my girl gets beat. I did not give excuses on that one, so Sheila, prepare to get your ass beat."
Is there like alcohol being served?
Kiernan just like
Yep.
divine smiting Sheila, just being like, I did not make exceptions to the rule.
That's my girlfriend you're talking mean about.
Reveries just gonna pluck 2 drinks of alcohol, whatever is alcohol, from one of the trays and just hand one to Sheila. So
Beautiful, deep, rich wine
Ooh.
is what's being served here. Nothing else. There is no ale. There's nothing like that. Kiernan is looking at this chalice of wine he's been given and like, what do we do with it?
Bottoms up. Bottoms
Oh,
up
okay,
if
and
Tanya thinks about it.
he just necks it.
I neck it with him.
He's like, it's nice juice, but like, is there anything with like alcohol?
Maybe it's an appetizer drink.
Actually,
it's
Arya,
just
because you just necked a drink, necking a chalice of wine, what's your Constitution modifier?
I believe that is a +1, but let me just double check. Yeah, +1.
+1, okay. So, Arya, my rule for how alcohol works is your Constitution modifier. That's how many standard size drinks you can drink before you need to start making con saves to not be drunk.
Mm-hmm.
You just necked a large glass of wine.
Oh, okay.
So, how this now works, I don't think we've actually had these rolls yet in this
We have done it.
Okay,
We
cool.
did.
We have.
Sheila
We
did.
have
Arya
because Sheila failed them. Sheila got to like 3 or 4 successes and then eventually failed. So how it starts, Arya, is you make 1 con save. Okay?
Okay.
So the reason you're making 1 is because a large glass of wine is going to count as 2 drinks. I'm speaking from this from a bartender's point of view. That's a big ass glass of wine. It's a
This goes
chalice
to
of wine.
show how much I know about alcohol.
So you're making a con save. Now you are standing near Kiernan. Oh wait, actually no, you don't, because Kiernan's not high enough level in Paladin, so you don't get his benefit. So how this goes is, the DC starts quite low. And for every drink you have after it, the DC increases by 1.
Okay. All right.
If you fail... Okay, she's already rolled.
Oh, whew. Okay. Sorry. That was a 17 +1.
Okay, so on an 18, you are not drunk. You are so the gap there is to the point where you start feeling the level of alcohol. So although you are not blindingly drunk, you can feel the effects of the wine. There's just no negative side to it as of yet. I know you said you don't drink, but for the sake of people watching, for the sake of other party members, you are what we would say you're merry. Okay?
Okay.
But yeah,
So
the DC,
extra merry for Arya.
the DC increases by 1 for you, Arya.
Okie dokie. I think that's all Arya's as far as alcohol goes. She's gonna have for a while because she's got a performance coming up. She does not want to get drunk before that.
Kiernan
Yeah, just enjoying the mud
next
bath.
has look at it as like, okay, I'll probably get another one later. Kiernan is immediately going for the mud pit. He's like, yep, that's me right there. He's going to look at you, Sheila, and just be like, I'm really sorry, but it's been like weeks since I sat in mud.
Wait for me! Is the mud pit actually nice though? I gotta ask.
It's like a tended mud bath.
Okay.
Reverie, Elion, Sheila, anything you guys want to do? Kessler's is at the point where he is like, he's got like his shoes off and he's like just paddling his feet in the pool, just like, this is good. And he just pulls out a book and starts reading.
Sheila would drink Kesley's just with like a glass of wine.
Okay. So Sheila is sitting by the pool as well.
And she would take her heels off to put her feet in the water. Because obviously.
I don't know if it counts as touching the ground with her bare feet because she's technically in water.
I think we all need to, I think everybody has the same question on their mind. Sheila, I need to know. Did the toenails get the same treatment as the fingernails?
Yeah, they did.
She's solid emeralds on her feet,
Matching
folks.
That.
Mani-pedi! Magical mani-pedi.
Okay, fantastic. Reverie, Elion, what of yourselves?
I'm getting a full deep tissue massage laying on my front in the corner. I have like at least 3 people around my bed. And I have managed to yoink whatever qualifies as a hotel robe
Not going
that I will not be returning.
not going topless for the massage.
So
Oh no, I am.
basically,
It's-
when you come here, you
Ah.
are given like. You can all see the image of like Amun that I've put in there. You're given like that kind of standard of clothing, but all white.
Fantastic.
Oh, cool.
Perfect.
So you can get changed before you actually set foot into this place if you'd like to, or if you're Sheila, you can wear your clothes because ain't nobody going to tell me your clothes are better than mine.
I will say I would probably prestidigitate the white into something slightly more colorful. Not like stand out, but because she hates wearing all white.
So Elion's getting a deep tissue massage. I don't have anything for Reverie. What's Reverie doing?
Nothing. She is like she got the wine for her and Sheila and is just kind of hanging out by herself in the corner watching everyone have a good time. She is not in a robe. She is not in her armor either. She's just in like her kind of campy underclothes, like a burnt orange shirt and like dark pants. And just watching her have friends and her son have a good time. Which makes her happy.
So you're watching from a pool bed, basically. Like a deck,
Pretty much, yeah.
like a deck chair. You're basically just lying on a deck chair watching.
Yeah.
Watching her kids. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
making
this is
sure no
nice.
one's getting into trouble.
Okay. With everybody settling into their spa treatments, what I'm going to say is without having to actually rest, for these 3 hours inside this spa, this will count as a long rest.
Let's go.
Sweetness.
And that's where we will wrap today's session with you guys relaxing in the spa as you've finally arrived in the first known kingdom of the humans that ever existed on Atuma. I will leave you with a cutscene. We go back inside the palace. We go to the back of the palace and through this widespread, well-lit home, we come to a dark room. Inside, acolytes and priests wearing dark purple robes in various states of prostate. What is it to prostylate yourself, like to lay on the floor.
Prostration?
Prostration, that's it. Full
Or prostration.
Prostration, yes. I was about to say, I don't think it's prostate. In various states of prostration on the floor before a wide number of statues. Like you're talking Greek pantheon numbers all around this room. Statues of towering human-looking beings of different appearances. Behind each of the statues, a ring. Rings with different designs, but always a ring. And standing at the head of it, at the head of this procession, of this display of all these priests and acolytes, a hunched over elder man with a large golden bowl held in his hands, muttering in this language like a prayer, similar to the way that Amun was speaking, that same language. And then he puts it down. And he looks into it, and inside this pool of water, inside this golden bowl, he sees all of your faces. It's like he scries on you all individually. And then he says, They've arrived. The prophecy has been foretold. So it begins. And that's where we wrap today's episode. Thank you so much to all of my players.
Prophecy?
The prophecy! 'Twas foretold! I
saw that coming.
'Twas foretold! Thank you very much to all my players for coming today. I love you all very dearly. I'm going to be very quick. If you like what you've seen here today, go check out all of our social medias. If you want to, you can go and follow our Twitter, but we are not going to be active there. Because we're just not. Honestly. We're going to be more focused on the activity over on our Blue Sky. So if you want to go check that out, it's very much the same as anywhere else. Go into Blue Sky, type in World Tree Quests. We'll be there. Yeah, across Blue Sky, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, and YouTube is where we're probably going to be more active coming forward. Yeah, that's all I'm really going to say on that matter. You know where you can find us. Go and follow us there. If you want to see what I do personally, you can check out Son of Asgard on TikTok. I am getting back into it. I'll be getting a bit more active within the next week because I've finally actually managed to get some time set aside for filming while doing a full reveal back into it in early January when my daughter is in nursery and I have time by myself to actually film. Again, as I said at the beginning, I'll be at PAX U. Come and say hello. Yeah, I'll probably give you a cuddle. I'm a cuddly person. If you don't want a cuddle, that's cool. I can offer a crisp high five instead. Or any other varying degrees of knuckled bumps and all that jazz. But either way, I'll be there. You should come and say hello. I'll be running games for Gehenna Gaming. If you want to play Eldritch Automata, if you want to play Gods of Metal Ragnarok, or if you want to play some horror D&D, I'll be there for that. Other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it for me. So I'm going to pass over to my players right now and let them plug themselves rotten. So, Liz, anything you would like to plug at all, man?
If you would like to see my face anywhere else, you cannot. I am solely with World Tree Quests as a player in games and Archivist Divine. However, if you'd like to hear funny musings and maybe see some funny videos, you can check me out as Patron of Chaos or Patron_of_Chaos on all social medias, Blue Sky, TikTok, all those ones, Instagram. If you want to see my face anywhere else, I am also going to PAX U. So you can come see me there. I'm not running anything. I will just simply be running around causing chaos for anyone who's unfortunate enough to cross my path.
Some might say you're the patron of chaos.
Thank you very much for that, Liz. Thank you very much. Moving on to Harry. Anything you'd like to plug at all?
Not only is my face permanently here and nowhere else, but you also only own the rights to my voice, my entire existence, my corporeal body, and everything else. So I don't actually exist anywhere on the internet. I don't even have internet. I connect to Brand's Wi-Fi from his driveway. But yeah, excited to be here and love playing. We'll be here next Monday and every Monday until we die.
Fantastic. Love you dearly, buddy. Thank you very much for that, Harry. Ash, anything for yourself that you'd like to plug at all?
I've got absolutely nothing. I have no social life. I'm sadly not going to PAX U. But if you do want to find me on social media, I'm Ash Hard Music. I occasionally post, not really, but hey. That's it. That's all I got today.
Voice of a fucking angel. You should go and listen to it. It's amazing. Go check it out. Thank you very much for that, Ash. And last and most certainly not least, Khadija, anything yourself that you'd like to plug at all?
Much like my compatriots, I too am exclusively here at World Tree Quest as far as D&D goes, but otherwise, if you want to hear my voice, see me, and check out any stories of mine, you can find me on Instagram, Archive of Our Own, if you like fan fiction, but mostly on TikTok, where I am best. Yes, we're an exclusive party. where I am best known as the Book Dragon of the Bookworm Archive. If you like wholesome tavern core and fantasy content, as well as having really good book recommendations shoved down your throat, I'm the gal you go to. Been on a hiatus right now, trying to work on my own books, but if you want to check out my playlists, they are there. And I also will be at PAX U, just like for like a day, maybe like two, just vibing, possibly recommending books to people. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Khadija. If that's it from my players, that's it from me, so that's it from us. Thanks for coming to see us today, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we have had Patron of Chaos, we've had Just Harry, we've had Khadija Al-Kubra, and we've had Asher and Music. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe. Every now and again, it's cool to have a spa day. Just chill. And also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good